Everyone, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the February 5th zoning hearing. Um, As our custom, we have Pastor Tim Wynn of the Christ Lutheran Church who will lead us in the invocation, followed by Officer Ott with the Cobb County Police Department. And this is Officer Ott's last day with us. He's retiring. So for those who are able, please stand.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, we give you thanks on this day for the many good and blessed gifts that you have given us. As we begin our long day ahead of us, Lord, arise and awake in us your goodness, your knowledge, your wisdom. Bless us now as we gather to do our work. Bless the commissioners with wisdom, might, and understanding. Bless all those who are gathered here, that your will may be done. We say a special prayer today for Officer Ott and all those who serve us here. We give thanks for the service that he has given here and bless him as he goes out to do his next vocation. Be with us now. Send your Spirit to lift up those who are lowly and continue to look out for those who are marginalized, to continue to bless those who do not feel your grace and presence on this day, and to continue to bind us together as one county. Lord, all this we lift up to you and whatever else you see in your most holy and heavenly name. Amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a long agenda today, but I'd like to take an opportunity. You might notice a new face sitting up here on the board, and I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Alice Summer. Some of you will know her and some won't. Alice is the appointee by Chairman Boyce, so she would be county at large. So welcome. With that, I turn it over to John, who'll give us the rules and regulations, unless you want me to muddle through them.
I'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand up and raise their hand so we can see that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to the case. We would ask that the people opposed also stand and raise their hand so we can count you for their official record. After recognizing the applicant and any opposition, both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the board at the front of the room at the podium. It's important to note that each side gets 10 minutes to state their case of concern. There's not a process to reserve your time or for rebuttal, so convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on an issue, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes and you do not want to cover the same information twice. Then after both sides have had their 10-minute presentation period, the Planning Commission will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for comments or questions. And after that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the case at hand. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been withdrawn and will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z67 of 2019, 20 Holdings LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice, so Z67 of 2019 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z4 of 2020, Ackworth Commercial Truck Parking Incorporated. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice, will not be heard. Rezoning case Z6, CRN Development LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z16 of 2020, Coda Properties Incorporated. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. And lastly, land use permit number 3 of 2020, Suburabus, SFR Holdings LP. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. There are also a number of cases on today's printed agenda which will not be heard. They are either held or continued. First case is rezoning case Z62 of 2019, Embry Development Company LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z62 of 2019 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z76 of 2019, St. Benedict's Episcopal Day School Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the March 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z76 of 2019 will not be heard today. SLEP 4 of 2019, A1 Auto Cores LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 4 of 2019 will not be heard today. SLEP 17 of 2019, St. Benedict's Episcopal Day School Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the March 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 17 of 2019 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z3 of 2020, David Mena. This case was continued by the staff until the March 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z3 of 2020 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z14 of 2020, Andres Estrada. This case was continued by the staff until the March 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z14 of 2020 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z20 of 2020, Core 5 Industrial Partners LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z20 of 2020 will not be heard today. Land use permit number 4 of 2020, Carissa McConkey. This case was continued by the staff until the March 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 4 of 2020 will not be heard today.
Would it be appropriate for me to add a case there to the continued?
Yeah, I do have two cases in which the applicant's going to be asking for continuance. I can read those if they're the same one.
Okay, Z19.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Is that one? Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair and Board, there are two cases in which the applicant is asking for continuance today in the case, so the board would need to vote to grant these continuances. First one is rezoning case Z7, Seven Springs Development Company Incorporated. The applicant would like to continue the case, Madam Chair and Board. Z7.
And that's Scott's case, Bill?
I hit the wrong button. I voted already. Yeah, I'd like to support the continuance of Z7. The applicant's request came into staff just a little bit after the deadline for staff to continue it, but they need to do some work on the site plan and address some neighbor concerns. So I'll make a motion that we continue Z7 till our March hearing.
We have a motion, we have a second?
I can second that.
Second. Call the question. And that's approved continuance for 5-0.
Okay, and additionally, I have a request to continue rezoning case Z19, Drayton LLC. I believe that's in your district.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we continue this. They're working with the neighborhood. So my motion would be to continue it to the March hearing. I have a second, Alice. Call the question. That's approved 5-0.
Okay. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off or mute the volume. If the phones ring, they do interfere with the broadcast and the presentations. Any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement. If within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of a rezoning application, a campaign contribution totaling $250 or more was made to a current member of the Board of Commissioners. Additional information about this requirement is located on the table in the back of the room. I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And anyone participating in today's hearing who plans on presenting a video, PowerPoint, or other visual document should have presented those materials to a member of our communications staff for virus security screening. These items can also be mailed in the future to presentations@cobbcounty.org. This screening must be completed prior to the start of the meeting. Madam Chair and Board, there is one request for an early head count. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z15 Morgan House PCH LLC? Please stand up and raise your hands. Let the record show there's 15 people here opposed to rezoning case Z15 of 2020. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z15 of 2020? Please raise your hands and stand up for support. None? Let the record show there's no one here in support of rezoning case Z15 of 2020. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for February 5th, 2020. Rezoning case Z1, Knoll Construction LLC, request rezoning from R20 to NRC for the purpose of an office retail building in land lot 789 of the 19th District. The property is located at the northwest corner of Ernest Barrett Parkway and Powder Springs Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on September 26, 2019, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Fire department comments, site plan review comments, water and sewer comments, stormwater management comments, Cobb County Department of Transportation comments, and the district commissioner to approve the final building architecture. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z1 of 2020? We have one opposed, Madam Chair. Maybe
Pull
what-
that one off the consent
We
agenda.
got two opposed, and maybe what we could do in between is have the applicant's representative talk to the two people who are opposed.
Right, and
if
see
they
what their
can-
concerns are.
See what the concerns are.
Okay.
So right now, we'll pull that one off the consent agenda. Okay, rezoning case Z8, Brandon Investments LLC, request a rezoning from R20 and LI to LI for the purpose of an office warehouse in land lots 608 and 609 of the 18th District. The property is located on the south side of Lansky Werber Road, on the east side of Factory Shawls Road, and on the north side of Hartman Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on January 7, 2020, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Variance identified in the zoning comments, planning division comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, fire department comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, and letter of stipulations from Mr. Kevin Moore dated January 29th, 2020. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z8? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z9, Michael L. Wilson and Chestnut Street Partners LLC, request a rezoning from GC to NRC for the purpose of an office and storage for a carpet and floor cleaning company in land lot 2 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of North Cobb Parkway, south of 3rd Army Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on December 2nd, 2019, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Site plan review comments, water and sewer comments, stormwater management comments, Cobb County Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, and the district commissioner to approve the final building architecture. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z9. Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LUP2, Harmony Francis, request a land use permit for the purpose of residential use on the second floor in land lot 637 of the 16th District. The property is located on the southwest corner of Canton Road and Blackwell Lane. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, residential use of the second floor is for the applicant only. And number 2, no parking on the right-of-way. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP number 2? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into special land use permits on the consent agenda. SLEP2, Legacy Christian Schools Incorporated, request a special land use permit for the purpose of a private school in land lot 111 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Sandy Plains Road, east of Springwood Place. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on November 7, 2019, with the district commissioner approved minor modifications. Fire department comments and recommendations, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, and letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Adam Rosen dated January 29, 2020. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLEP2? One person opposed? Okay, we have two opposed to that one, Commissioner, so we would ask the applicant to try to meet with the opposition to see if they can work something out. If not, we'll just hear it in its regular order.
That'd be fine.
And that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, John. Back to this board.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
can I ask you to do one thing on LUP number 2?
sure.
I noticed that we didn't put a time frame on that, so the board would have to motion to either make that for 12 months or 24 months.
You put down here on your staff, you put 24 months.
24 months, but on the agenda, we left that out, so we would need the board to put something in.
I think, in talking to her, I think 24 months is fine.
Okay, 24 months. All right.
I think we can add that as we make the motion to approve the consent, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so I need a motion and a second for the consent agenda.
I do have an
You have it?
addition.
Okay,
For Z8, the following additions, with regard to the letter from Kevin Moore, item number 5, change wooden screen gate to steel screen gate. And then add a stipulation, a gate with a knock box to block access to Lansky Werber Road except for emergency vehicles. Location of gate to be determined during plan review. And then curb, gutter, and sidewalks along Hartman Road and Factory Shoals frontages. And then I'm adding a note, this deletes the fee in lieu of in DOT comment. And that's the changes to that. And then I can make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as revised,
do we have a motion?
including the change to LUP2 and removing Z1 and
SLEP 2.
SLEP2.
I have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Call the question. That's a, consent agenda is approved 5-0 with the modifications.
Okay, and all those folks that were on consent, that were approved, you're free to go. Just come back for the Board of Commissioners hearing on February 18th. Okay, moving into the continued or held case agenda. Rezoning case Z45 of 2019, WS Hotels LLC, request rezoning from LRC and GC to CRC for the purpose of a hotel in land lot 55 of the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Hickory Grove Road and on the south side of Hickory Grove Place. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z45 of 2019. Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Yes. Hello?
I heard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Larry Bilski with Architects Construction Group, representing the WS Hotel Group. I've been here several times, and I appreciate your patience. We have met with the community, as been reflected in several emails that we have. And what we are going to propose now, as opposed to the hotel, which we now know is not going to be accepted, we're proposing an assisted living center, and we're going to be requesting rezoning from LRC and GC to RSL with a supportive facility. We have a preliminary plan that we have reviewed with the community residents. They are strongly in favor of this, and they actually presented to us with some recommendations they'd like to see, such as some one-bedroom units, some two-bedroom units. The challenge with the site is that it's actually a very restrictive site due to its shape, and the time that's taken is to,
Excuse me just a moment.
yes.
Could you go out? Thank you. All right, I'm sorry. We couldn't hear.
Okay. We think we can get 78 to 80 units. This is about the minimum to make a facility like this profitable. With the zoning restrictions and ordinances, we can go up to 100 on this site. We think we might be able to get an additional 5 to 10 units with the one bedroom and two bedrooms that the residents actually requested we try to get in. And yesterday, I met with some of the planning staff down at the Powder Springs Road facility, and we went over the buffer zone requirements, and we're going to be able to gain some extra feet of buildable area for parking and fire truck. So what I think we're going to be able to get a few more rooms. We'll definitely be able to get some of the one bedroom and two bedrooms that they requested. The other thing that they actually requested, and this will take a meeting with your traffic people, they suggested and would prefer as community residents that the entrance to the property actually be on Hickory Grove Place, as opposed to Hickory Grove Road. That's for traffic and engineering to determine what's really the best route to take. So the property may be flipped and the entrance may be flipped. So we're in a state now of going into a final revision of the site plan, final revision of how many units we're going to have. It's going to be a supportive facility with all the amenities of a senior living center, dining, theater, fitness, therapy. And we're working with a group, Canopy Lifestyles, who are the management company, reputable, have done this in several states. So we're ready to move forward and actually submit a formal application to the zoning board and the variance board on the buffers. And that, hopefully, if I can get that done by tomorrow, it'll be in tomorrow, but maybe the next round. So I don't think I need to come back next week because we're now ready to go through the actual process. So, do you have any questions?
No, I think that would be my question to you. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, other than we're anxious to move forward and get into the actual rezoning process
Okay.
with the support of the community. We've
Okay.
got the support.
Yeah, okay. If you just have a seat, was any opposition to this application? Okay, we do have opposition.
Commissioners, I apologize for being out of breath, and I apologize for not being here earlier.
Take your time, that's fine.
As of yesterday, there was
Give us
nothing.
your name for the record.
Oh, sorry. Diane Shepard with the Bells-Surrey Civic Association. As of yesterday, there was nothing about the RSL on your website for this applicant. So how is this fair to the public?
I'll address that. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Hearing and seeing no further opposition, it's back to this board, and this is my case. John, I have one question. When was the first time we heard this case? How long have we been holding it, continuing it?
I think the first month was June of 2019.
So we've been
we've been
continuing it since June with the expectations that we're going to have site plans. Townhouses, we heard townhouses at one time. We heard RSL, independent senior living. And then, as of yesterday, they come up with two-story assisted living. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
That's what he said.
Okay. He didn't get it, first of all, let me address that this applicant, we've given every opportunity to try to come up with something that the neighborhood likes other than a hotel. We've been over backwards. To bring a site plan in at the last minute, I haven't even seen. I don't think staff's seen it. I don't think DOT has seen it. Certainly Stormwater had, none of the departments have seen it. None of us up here have seen it. So it's a little bit hard to work on a site plan that I've never seen where they use or anything. The other thing is that the people haven't had any notifications. We haven't been able to, because you're going to a new classification, you should put up new signs and it should be advertised. But you didn't meet the deadline either to change any of your classifications, which would have been, what, 2 weeks ago, John?
It would have been over 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, over 2 weeks ago. So you came in late with that. So it's a little bit hard to support something that I know nothing about. So unless anyone else has any comments they'd like to make.
Just 2 questions.
Sure.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Ms. Shepherd, are you still here? Could you come back up?
Yes.
This is an area where Bells Ferry Civic Association is fairly active and working with developers on planning.
We coordinate with the folks in Hickory Grove. It's not our purview per se, but we have been in coordination with some of those folks, and the developer did not meet with some of those active people who opposed the extended stay. And so it's our understanding that their community involvement has been very limited.
To the best of your knowledge, have you or anyone else with Bells Ferry Civic been apprised of this new plan?
No.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. My motion would be to deny this request. Do I have a second? I have a second. Somehow, call the question. That's denied 5-0.
Okay, rezoning case Z56 of 2019, KO Management Incorporated, request rezoning from R20 and NRC to RA5 for the purpose of a residential subdivision in land lots 37 and 39 of the 17th and 18th district. The property is located on the west side of Mapleton Parkway, north side of Wood Valley Road, and on the east side of Glore Circle. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z56 of 2019? So we got 2 people, 3. Let the record show there's 3 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Park Suffolk, this law firm of Sams, Larkin and Huff, and I represent KO Management in regards to this rezoning application. This case has been before you several times. You've had several hearings on it, so I'm going to try to pare down my presentation to that. My understanding is the only issue that we were focused on that hadn't been resolved with Mapleton Improvement Coalition. We do have some additional folks that have not been at previous hearings, so if they bring up other issues, I'd like to be able to address those if need be, since I'm going to hopefully have an amended presentation. The property, as you know, is zoned with a couple different categories, neighborhood, retail, commercial, in R20, and the proposal is to go to a residential development. At the last hearing, Mr. Porter said he wanted no more than 20 homes. We went to 19. No, I'm just kidding, actually. He said no more than 19 homes. And so we revised the site plan to, in fact, have the 19 homes. And the site plan is what is shown here is the revised site plan. It was submitted with a letter dated January 29th. Stipulation letter, and it has an entrance off Wood Valley Road. We've added up 6 spaces for guest parking. The other spaces that would be required under the fire code would be achieved with a 30-foot right-of-way, or a 30-foot roadway section once you enter the project. Plenty of room for additional parking there that can be worked out through plan review. We've reoriented the houses. We've got the 20-foot buffer along Mapleton Parkway. The only issue that I understand that we've had with Mapleton Improvement Coalition and also discussed with Mr. Porter, is there's a house existing on lot number 1. The house was in real bad condition. My client acquired the property as he was putting this project together. He's actually fixed it up to where the house is habitable now. He was planning on, if this went through, using that house as a construction office during the initial phases of development. What I proposed in my letter is that the house would come down before the 15th building permit. We would be willing to compromise that the house come down after an X number of permits. I understand that Mapleton Improvement Coalition would like the house to come down now. The issue is it's not the house has been rehabbed. It does look good. It's actually being used as staging for an office for this proposed development coming forward now. But I understand they're concerned about what happens if it's sold and those kind of things. But there's code sections that deal with how you handle things if the home becomes dilapidated and failing. So I would recommend that you take my request to keep the house, allow it to be used as a construction office during the initial phases of construction, that it would be come down. And if we tie it to a building permit, we know we can't pull another building permit until it has to come down. So that would what we'd be asked. And Matt was my understanding of the main issue that we had not resolved. But in general, the opportunity to turn this couple of different zoning categories into a new neighborhood in Mapleton is a great thing. I do see that the school board representative is here and would like to comment about it. I'm using the Atlanta Business Chronicle. 5 years ago, we had 109,000 students in Cobb County. The last school year, according to the Atlanta Business Chronicle, which reports their data, we've got 110,000 students. We've grown by 1,000. And they're going to stand up and say we shouldn't allow a neighborhood that would encourage kids. That's shameful. I can't believe we're doing that. The increase in student population is not even to the level of the increase of the general population. So I do not understand that, but I know he's going to stand up and say, please don't approve another neighborhood with kids. So whatever. Thank you for your time. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have. We've had a great dialogue with Mapleton Improvement Coalition. My client looks forward to building a new community in this area and providing new residences in an area that's growing and looking great. Thank you.
Thank you, Parks. This time we'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning. My name is Robin Meyer, and I'm the chairman of the zoning committee for the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. And we appreciate very much the time and effort that Mr. Parks and KO Development have put into this application over the period in which it's been postponed. We appreciate your patience with that because we think the process has really worked well. We're very happy with the new site plan. We like the renderings we see of the property, and we very much appreciate the many, many issues that have been incorporated into the current stipulations letter. We are down to not one, but actually two issues. One, I think, is a pretty simple one, and that is that we ask that you require demolition of the house at 5678 Mapleton Parkway within a reasonable period of time after BOC approval, say 90 or 120 days. That house is in terrible condition. The roof is caving in, and it is an eyesore. So regardless of how long it takes for this new neighborhood to be built, be it 6 months or 6 years, that house needs to be demolished. The sticking point is that house on Lot 1. Our concern is that if its demolition is tied to a land disturbance permit or building permits, that could be a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And meanwhile, that house is sort of marooned, if you would, because it will have been zoned into this new neighborhood. If its condition comes to the point that building permits are required, I don't believe that the county will issue building permits for this property because the zoning for it will say that it's going to be demolished and moved into this new neighborhood. So perhaps some middle ground is that the house would be demolished on a schedule such as is being proposed by the applicant, or within a set period of time, say 1 year. whichever one comes first. So that would prevent a situation where, despite the applicant's current intentions of starting this new neighborhood, right away, real life intervenes. Someone could come along and offer him a great price for that property. Another project could take him away from it. All kinds of things could keep this subdivision from being built immediately. We want to avoid a situation in which 4 or 5 years from now, this new subdivision has not been built. That house has not been occupied for 5 years, and it needs major renovation, but permits would not be available to do that. So if you would put your great wisdom to that situation and find us a solution there, then absolutely, I think we have a great new project here for Mapleton, and we look forward to welcoming these new folks to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Anyone else wishing to speak? Charles.
Good morning. I'm Charles Sprayberry with the Cobb County School District. I would first like to say the Cobb County School District welcomes all students. We simply want to educate them in appropriate facilities throughout the county. Approval of this petition will cause concern for CCSD, as it will result in an impact on enrollment of schools already over capacity, specifically Mapleton Elementary School. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. Anyone else wish to speak? Hearing and seeing none. It's back to this board, and it's Scott's case.
Let's see here. One, I want to thank the applicant for working diligently since our last hearing to address all the items that we came to him with, that being primarily the site plan and coming back with the site plan, which we had several versions before that was just trying to put too many lots on the parcel, and they came down to the number that we recommended, and they were able to lay it out, make a nice looking plan. And, I think there's several good positives. One is the 20-foot landscape buffer along Mapleton Parkway to keep that looking nice. It will actually look better than it does today once that's built. And we allowed a variance on that, and I'll get to those here in a second. The last sticking point has really been noted are these houses, or there's actually a couple duplexes on the property too. So there's nobody mentioned during this. There's properties on Glore Circle as well that will have to come down. Those certainly have to come down no later than a land disturbance permit, because that's where the detention pond goes. At least the driveways for those is where the detention pond goes. So listening here, I certainly agree with the house on Mapleton Parkway needs to come down quickly, and I think the applicant's agreeable to that. 90 days is what I had discussed with them. Just because of the condition of the house, it's really unsafe the way it is now. So then we get to the other houses, and the applicant wants to use the one on Wood Valley for a period of time as their construction office and then tear it down. I don't know if that interferes with land disturbance items or not, but in prepping sites. I think putting a period of time for all the houses to come down from BOC may solve some of our problems of getting things there. And I hadn't thought of it until, Mapleton Improvement just brought it up to me right before the hearing of the issue of once this is rezoned, they really can't get building permits to maintain those properties. And so we don't want it to be a case where they go on for years. We've had that happen where houses have gone on for years, or somebody's gone out. We had a case last year where they sold off one piece of the property, and we had to rezone the rest of the property because you couldn't meet the stipulations of the original zoning. You know, so I think, in thinking about it, I think it might be reasonable to maybe give them a year to take down the other structures, 90 days to get the one on Mapleton Parkway down, a year, or tie it at least to the 5th building permit, which is what Parks offered earlier. So I think we could probably do that. You know, the guest parking, they show 6 on the plan and they're required to have 10, but they are paving 30-foot wide roadway. So they'll be able to, I'm sure, demonstrate 4 more parking spaces that can be accomplished on that 30-foot wide, which is something the fire marshal's office had asked, just that they draw them out, so I'm sure they can do that at plan review. Let's see if there's any other issues. The applicants agreed on the elevations to a architectural review committee, with district commissioner having final approval of the elevations. Setback, and we had told them, you know, some variances. Does anybody have any questions on it before I make a motion? Okay. With regard to Z56 of 2019, make a motion that we recommend approval subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan included with the letter from Parks Huff received January 29th, 2020. And the site plan has the last check date, which is the last date on the plan, of January 23rd, 2020. And I know, I think DOT has that. I'm not positive that zoning actually has that plan. It's not the one in the book, John. At least I don't believe it is. So all stipulations in the letter from Parks Huff received January 29, 2020, not otherwise in conflict, with the following changes. Item number 5, third sentence change, reviewed to reviewed and approved. That's the Architectural Review Committee. Item number 10, just delete. That talked about tearing down the houses. I'm going to handle that in a second. Item 11B, change to reduce the size of an approved buffer. And basically, I'm just deleting the balance of that sentence because we have an approved buffer up against Mapleton Parkway and we don't want that size changed. And that's the minor modifications. Okay. And let's go with no land disturbance permit shall be issued until the existing structures on Wood Valley Road, or sorry, scratch that. The existing structures on Glore Circle and Mapleton Parkway have been demolished. The home on Mapleton Parkway to be demolished no later than 90 days from the Board of Commissioners' final zoning decision on this case. The buildings on Glore Circle to be demolished no later than 1 year from Board of Commissioners' final decision on this case. And then the home on Wood Valley Road to be demolished no later than the issuance of the 5th building permit. And that home to be demolished no later than 1 year from the Board of Commissioners' final zoning decision. A total of 10 guest parking spaces to be provided. 6 spaces are shown on the plan. The remaining 4 guest parking spaces to be provided in the 30-foot paved roadway, which shall be detailed during plan review. Front setback to be 25 feet, except for lot 8 to be reduced to 18 feet as shown on the site plan. The following rear setback variances shall be granted. lots 1 through 9 and lots 11 through 13, reduction from 40 feet to 30 feet. And then note the landscape buffer is included in the setback. There's a 10-foot buffer. Lots 14 through 16, reduction from 30 feet to 20 feet. Note, this does not include the landscape buffer, which is in the common area. And Parks, are you good with all of that? I'm asking whether you want it to be on consent for BOC or not.
The one clarification I would propose would be that the Wood Valley home would be demolished by the 5th building permit or 1 year, whichever event shall occur first.
Right.
I think,
Yeah, that's what I meant. So if it didn't come across clear, we'll get it revised to say that.
and yes, we're good with that.
Okay.
Just to be nitpicky, to be
Let
completely
me
clear.
just finish one more
Oh,
thing.
I'm
and
sorry,
then-
go ahead.
And recommend for consent agenda for BOC. That's the
fine.
motion.
Just to be clear, can we just add the word existing before the word buildings as to everything that's going to be removed?
Okay,
Thanks.
yes, and that modification as well.
Okay. We have a
Okay, was that
motion.
second?
Do we have a second? Second by Alice. Call the question. That's approved 5-0.
Congratulations, Parks.
Parks actually got one on the consent agenda.
Madam Chair and Board, I did have an update on rezoning case Z1 of 2020, Null Construction LLC. It appears there may be some transportation issues with some of the people in the area. So the applicant would like to continue this into the March PC hearing date so they could work out some issues.
That was Z1.
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 That's my
Is
case.
that your case?
Yeah, and I guess if that's what the applicant would like, I'm good with that. So why don't I make a motion that we continue Z1 till the March hearing?
That was no construction.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Make a motion.
I just did.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. Second. Call the question.
Okay.
Carried 5-0. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Rezoning case Z69 of 2019, Mike Blackburn requests a rezoning from GC and LI to HI for the purpose of parking and storage of heavy equipment used in utility construction in land lots 866 and 872 of the 18th District. The property is located on the northwest corner of Riverside Parkway and White Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z69 of 2019? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Okay.
Who says lawyers and PC members can't multitask? Good morning, Madam Chair. Members of the Planning Commission, for the record, my name is Garva Sams with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff, and I do represent Mike Blackburn in connection with this application. I have Mr. Blackburn here with me today. Also, Mr. Dan Fowler with KW Commercial. He represents the seller and the entity that owns the property and marketing it. So the three of us can respond to any questions at the appropriate time. As you can see, this property is located at the intersection of White Road and Riverside Parkway. It's split zone, GC, and light industrial, general commercial and light industrial, just a small sliver of LI. The totality of the property, however, is in an area on the future land use map, which is denominated as priority industrial, PIA, as are most of the properties you see at the confluence of White and Riverside Parkway. But I'll add that it is also within a subcategory of PIA under the future land use map, which is industrial compatible as well. Mr. Blackburn's proposal is to accommodate the scope of his longstanding business, and what he does is wanting to foster his company's relationship with public utilities, counties, cities, other jurisdictions, Georgia Tech, and the folks that he works for. What he does is install utilities, underground utilities, and related services, water, sewer, telephone line, conduit, those type things. And this site, with its proximity to major transit corridors just south of I-20, is just the perfect launching pad for him to be able to do that in this sub-area of the county. Specifically, this rezoning and entitlement seeks the ability to be able to allow the parking and storage of very heavy equipment and other not-so-heavy equipment that's used or commonly utilized in connection with utility construction and installation. While this application has been pending, we fielded a number of calls as a result of the 1,000-foot letters we sent out, but we've encountered no opposition from the Riverside Industrial Property Owners Association, which of course is very, very active in this sub-area of the county. Your staff has recommended that the application be approved. We are asking for the heavy industrial classification. You may recall this was scheduled to come up to you in December. There were some contractual issues, had nothing to do with either the merits of the case or the merits of what is proposed in terms of Mr. Blackburn's business. It was more a function of administrative issues between the seller and the buyer, but they're happy. Particularly if they get their knees under a closing table, we know how that goes. But I just wanted to explain to you that didn't constitute a problem. So there's no known opposition to this. They have gotten some phone calls and answered the questions, and once they understood, then they seem to be fine. This is specifically and exclusively for Mr. Blackburn's business. We're not asking for the multiplicity of other permitted uses under heavy industrial HI, which can and are in some instances rather onerous, even though this is obviously an industrial area. We submitted the application, and then we filed a revised site plan on September 30th. Our stipulation letter followed on November the 5th. You should have that in the package of information that Mr. Peterson and his staff have given to you. There'll be a total number of 20 employees at any one time in connection with the utility installation business. Of course, they come to the site, they get the vehicles, they drive to obviously where the work sites are. But this is a secure location, totally fenced, and also gated with a Knox box that'll meet criteria for public safety apparatus and vehicles. I've defined the hours of operation at 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and of course, we've limited the holidays, as you might imagine, for no activities on those days. We are asking that if you do approve this, that it be subject to the site plan, and so certainly in substantial conformity to the site plan that you're seeing here on your monitors today. This is an 8.83 acre tract of land, so it doesn't sound large, but it's perfect for what Mr. Blackburn wants to do. We're fine with all of Cobb DOT's comments and recommendations, which include the conveyance of right-of-way and donation conveyance of right-of-way on White Road 30 feet from center line, and then on Riverside 50 feet from center line. We will have to complete a process by which the point of ingress and egress on White Road is brought up to industrial standards in terms of width and in terms of depth, which we've agreed to do. And of course, there are gated provisions, not just for subdivisions, but also for other developments, which require sufficient ability to turn around for unintended turning movements into this. So that'll be complied with as well. We're also putting 10-foot no-access easement on both the property's frontages on both Riverside and on White Road, just simply to dissuade any other type of vehiculars from entering the property. But with the landscaping we're going to have and the fence we're going to have, it'd be difficult for that to happen either by way of vehicular or pedestrian accessibility. The fence itself will be an opaque fence, and the 50-foot landscape fence on the southern side of the property adjacent to the small residentially zoned tract. There's actually, you can see it, a little family cemetery located right across White Road. I just have an interest in things like that, so I looked into it, but the last interment there was close to 100 years ago. So, but it's pretty well kept considering the context of development within which it's in, and of course, we're on the other side of the street and won't be touching that. Stormwater Management has made some recommendations, and we'll follow their recommendations with respect to the positioning and configuration of on-site detention and water quality. And you can see in the southwestern portion of the property is where the stormwater detention pond is. You'll also see that there's a creek that traverses, or stream that traverses the property. So the stream bank buffers that are applicable to this will be placed in a conservation easement in favor of Cobb County and remain undisturbed in perpetuity. It's at a portion of the property where we'll never look for a nationwide permit or anything to want to get into that. It's just in a very convenient place. That's not my phone, by the way. That's somebody else's. Also, even though the property is going to be paved, we can still meet the impervious surface percentages. We're at 72% right now, and I think we can get up to 80 under the HI classification. So with that being said, we do ask that you follow your staff's recommendation for approval and take heart with the fact that the people and the business owners and the business associations in this area have no opposition. We would think that this might be possible for a consent agenda item, but of course, that's a decision you make. But we do ask that you follow your staff's recommendation for approval. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Was there any opposition to this application? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing portion is closed, and it's back to this board. Go on.
Okay, thank you, Judy. You know, the one thing that strikes me on this is in what we call a priority industrial area, and there was a little bit of mistake in analysis thinking that meant that it's compatible with heavy industrial. And there's subcategories to a priority industrial area, and the subcategory for this is industrial compatible, which would be the most intense use would be light industrial, not heavy industrial for that. And you can see we're very close to a large residential mobile home park. That's actually one of the nicer ones in Cobb County, I think. So it's well maintained and that, but you know, because of that proximity, it's not appropriate for heavy industrial kind of uses. But the good news is what they want to do, John has confirmed they can do with light industrial. Because they are, you know, their site plan shows that they're putting down a hardened surface for all the parking of vehicles, and that would be the requirement, where if it was heavy industrial, they could park on gravel essentially, but they're planning paved anyway. So, you know, the good news is that I think they can do what they want to do. Now, the one thing, this is a very prominent corridor, Riverside Parkway, with lots of, you know, nice looking, what I would call Class A industrial buildings. And we want to make sure this looks nice. So one of the things is between the right-of-way and any fencing, we want to put a landscape enhancement strip just to soften the approach, to basically screen the fencing and all the vehicles sitting back there. But I think it's, you know, probably an appropriate use for it. There was and I don't know if the engineer just made a mistake in reading the setback requirements, but he has the rear setback at 20 feet. Heavy industrial would have required 40, but light industrial only requires 30 feet. On that rear setback, but there's no reason to grant a variance on a site this size for the tiny little building that's going on. They can just slide the building over 10 feet and accomplish that. You know, and I think there might be a couple modifications to the site plan to meet DOT requirements for the gated access and things like that. So those would be some of the, and the other thing is, in the stipulation letter, it says they may or may not build an office building there. And one thing we want to make sure on a site this size, with all these people coming, dropping off equipment, picking up equipment, that there's a permanent restroom facility for them to use. So if they don't build the office building, they need to at least build a restroom facility that's connected to water and sewer. And that, let's see. And other than that, I think that kind of, and you know, the curb, gutter, and sidewalk needs to be installed. You know, the DOT comments have something about it referencing redevelopment that would require a land disturbance permit. But I think at the time they were thinking they're just gonna park on gravel. This is really development when you're paving the whole thing and putting in stormwater and all that. So I'm gonna take out that reference to redevelopment and just say curb, gutter, and sidewalk. Are there any questions before I make a motion?
I did. My question, Cobb, is about pretty large lot, big parking lot, a lot of vehicles there. Is there going to be any kind of striping that would at least reserve circulation through the lot? So if fire department needed access to,
It'll be striped.
okay, so the whole
Yeah,
thing
they'll
will
be striped, and Captain Bennett and others will make sure we have fire lanes for interior maneuverability and accessibility. Yes, sir.
Okay, so do we need to add that?
No,
to-
it's covered under the plan review process.
Well, there wasn't anything from fire department in the plan review notes.
It's my
Would you say we
understanding
need to add that, John, or will
it's
plan
handled
review
by
catch
DOT.
that?
That's something that plan review would catch.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, but a good catch on your part, because we've all been to the places where you can't drive through them.
Well, trust me, for the efficiency of this business, if they can't get their own vehicles out, then they're making some big mistakes. So it will be striped.
Okay, and the question for you, since you mentioned consent agenda, would you want it on consent at LI with the steps I said, or do you want to have a hearing in front of the VOC?
I tend to understand where Commissioner Cupid's coming from on this. Consent with LI would be fine.
Okay, okay, then I'll make a motion. With regard to Z69, I make a motion that we recommend deletion to LI, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Site plan received September 30th, 2019 with the following modifications. Rear setback to be changed to 30 feet. Office building to be adjusted to meet setback requirements. Modifications as required by DOT. 8-foot landscape enhancement strip adjacent to the right-of-way on Riverside Parkway and Bob White Road. Permanent restroom facilities which are connected to water and sewer to be provided prior to any use of the site. Any fencing to be interior to the landscape enhancement strip. Landscape enhancement strip to be provided adjacent to Riverside Parkway and Bob White Parkway right-of-way. The purpose of the landscape enhancement strip is to provide visual screening of any fencing and vehicles. All stipulations in the letter from Garvis Sams dated November 5th, 2019, not otherwise in conflict with the following changes. Item 12, correct the subnumbering to A through F. It goes ABC, then goes ABC again. And
We're just trying
then,
to see if you caught that.
I only caught it because I'm adding one more, and that is on item 12, add a G, which is change that is in conflict with an express stipulation or condition of zoning. And then all parking of vehicles and equipment to be on hardened surfaces. Curb, gutter, and sidewalk along Riverside Parkway and White Road frontages. Note, this deletes the reference to redevelopment in the DOT comments, and then inclusion on the consent agenda for the BOC.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Andy. Call the question. That's approved 5-0.
Thank you, Madam
you.
Chair. Mr. Porter.
Moving into the regular cases. Rezoning case Z2 Mond Igbenauenhaya, request a rezoning from NS to NRC for the purpose of a personal care home. In land lot 39 of the 18th District, the property is located on the west side of Mapleton Parkway, north of Pine Valley Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed, rezoning case Z2 of 2020? Two. Okay, let the record show there's two people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mad. I'm requesting the property of 5706 Mapleton Parkway to be rezoned from NS to NROC. This for the purpose of a personal care home. This property has been a personal care home for the past 20 years. You know, I'm simply, I bought the property because the former owner retired and I'm just starting the same business. There's no changes to the property.
Yes, sir, do you have anything else?
No, that's
You want to tell us a little bit more, how many employees you have, or?
well, it's going to be 2 full-time employees. One of them is going to be a site caretaker, and I'm going to be involved as a part-time with the business as well as an employee. You know. Moreover, we are proposing that we have a maximum of 6 patients at a time.
6 at a time, okay.
Right.
And have you done this in other locations, or?
No, I've not.
This is the
But
first time?
I've not. But the house is already equipped because the business was an ongoing. There was a time lapse between when I bought the business and when to restart the business. That's why I'm going through a rezoning process.
Okay,
You know, the initial site caretaker from the prior business is still staying over there, you know, waiting for the new business to start.
okay. Is there anything else you need to add? Want to tell us?
No, except if anyone has a question, I'll be able to address it.
Okay, all right. If you just have a seat, we'll hear from your opposition at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robin Meyer. I'm the chairman of the zoning committee for the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. We're supportive of this application based on a restriction of no more than 6 residents at any one time, that any approval be for a personal care home only. And if that would not be the case, then we have sent you a letter with a list of uses that we think should be restricted from operating at this particular location once it would be rezoned to a commercial category, a current commercial category. And then lastly, we would ask that driveway improvements be made such that cars can turn around in the driveway and pull forward onto Mapleton Parkway. We're not exactly sure of the configuration of the driveway at this point. We've not been on the property, but we just want to make sure that that's the case, that no one is backing out onto Mapleton Parkway. We don't believe that there's going to be a lot of traffic at this site. It seems that there are 2 employees, and we don't expect that the residents will have cars, although they may have visitors. So the turnaround area is very important. I understand, I have not looked at this firsthand, but I understand that there's some concern that perhaps the 10-foot trail installation should be required for this property. And that is not anything that we have suggested or asked for. That seems quite a bit of construction to be required for one individual small property. So with that, we hope that you'll find a way to approve this use and make this service available again in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing no one else, the public hearing portion is closed, and it's back to this board.
Thank you, Judy. See, just a few comments. This is an old house, which is now in a commercial corridor with a 5-lane highway where people are doing 50 miles an hour now. So DOT has recommended certain upgrades to the driveway, which I think in this location, sometimes on these personal care homes, we've waived that. But given this location, I think it's absolutely necessary that we get the driveway up to standards, and also that they have some parking spots. You know, given that this is on Mapleton Parkway, we can't have them backing out into the road. So we discussed providing a minimum of 4 parking places, and that would be to the normal commercial standards for 4 parking spaces. Given that this is a home, and one of the things I'm going to do is recommend we waive the landscape buffering requirement that would normally occur between a commercial property and the residential property, that we do make it for the personal care home use only, and that we also delete it to LRC so that it's clear it's a less intense use. And there's some variances just based on the existing built condition of the house in the staff comments. The property is in a design guideline area, and I made the applicant aware he's not proposing any changes that would trigger that at this time, but just made him aware in the future, if you want to make changes, you're going to be subject to design guidelines. I don't think you'll ever do that. I think, you know, in reality, this property will probably get you know, incorporated with some others for redevelopment at some point in the future, because there's an actual house right next door still, and that. As far as the multi-use trail, and Amy, shake your head if I have this right, DOT is waiving having them actually install it. You just want to make sure when they put in the driveway that it's put in such that you can put the trail to it in the future without redoing their driveway. Is that correct? Okay. So she nodded yes. So we, and I think that makes sense on this property to waive, given that it's just a reusing a property that's already there, versus when we see another case later where it's a true redevelopment and building new buildings and all that, they should put in the trail. So that's kind of the things. Anybody have any questions before I make a motion on this?
Any comments?
Just a brief question. How do you, in response to Mapleton Improvement Coalition's question, how do you think we can best stop people from backing up into Mapleton Parkway?
And that is putting in the actual 4 parking spaces to commercial standards, so that they'll have to have 4 spaces that they back within the property and pull straight in and out. They're also required to go to a full commercial width driveway so people can be coming in and going out at the same time. So that's how that's addressed. Okay, and that wasn't a question to you, I
Okay.
guess, so.
Okay, no problem.
So, okay, any more?
Any other questions? Seeing
Okay,
none,
then I'll
back to you.
make a motion regarding Z2 that we recommend deletion to LRC, subject to all the following: all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received November 1, 2019 with the following modification. And that would be those modifications necessary to meet DOT requirements, which would be the wider driveway and et cetera, and to provide 4 parking spaces. Then personal care home use only, variances shown in the zoning comments, waiver of the landscape buffer requirements while used as a personal care home, repaint the exterior of the shed to an earth tone. It just really needs repainted, and that. And just a note that the property is located within a design guideline area and therefore subject to those guidelines when improvements are made that trigger the guidelines, and there's certain dollar value and that to trigger them. And I wanted that in there because the zoning comments incorrectly say it's not in a guideline area. The district commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that increase the overall square footage of the building, cause a reduction in the size of a buffer, change that is in conflict with an express stipulation or condition of zoning, or requires a variance or violates Cobb County ordinance, and I'll put this for inclusion on the consent agenda for the BOC. That's the motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Alice. Call the question. That's approved 5-0.
Madam Chair and Board, the next case also has a companion special land use permit case with it. Would it be the board's wish to hear both these cases together?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll call them both together then. Rezoning case Z5, Landmark Properties Incorporated, request a rezoning from GC and OMR to PVC for the purpose of purpose-built student housing and land lots 359, 360, 361, and 362 of the 16th District. The property is located at the southeast corner of Town Park Drive and George Busby Parkway. Additionally, SLEP 1, Landmark Properties Incorporated, request a special land use permit for the purpose of purpose-built student housing and land lots 359, 360, 361, and 362 of the 16th District. The property is located at the southeast corner of Town Park Drive and George Busby Parkway. The applicant is present for both these cases. Is there anyone here opposed to Z5 or SLEP 1? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
A lot of meetings. Just Fred. Fred what? Fred Bellonia. Okay.
Good morning again, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Garva Sams with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff, and I have the pleasure today of representing Landmark Properties, which is the preeminent purpose-built student housing developer in the United States. And I have a host of folks with me today. I have Mr. David Phillips, whom many of you met. He's Landmark's development manager. I have Mr. Mark Riley, who's Senior Vice President of Development, also with Landmark. Mr. Mac Furlow, Landmark's Construction Manager. Mr. Jim Bob McElroy, who's the Project Manager and also the author of the site plans and some of the various imagery that you're going to see. Mr. Abdul Amir, who is a PE and with A&R Engineering, and a representative of Taylor Mathis, the property owner, is with us as well. So a host of folks, all of us conversant with the issues in one way or another. Yes, ma'am.
If I could interrupt just a moment. John, would you call and see how many people were in support of the application?
Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z5 and SLEPT? So 3 in support?
3 in support. Thank you.
Thank
I'm sorry, Garvin.
And let me just, that's a good point, Madam Chair. Let me thank the members of the Bells Ferry Civic Association who've been instrumental in our discussions and negotiations on this. And I do want to carve out some time for them to speak, and I appreciate them being recognized accordingly. This is going to be handled, as y'all have just decided, in a concurrent fashion with the special land use permit and the rezoning. What you're looking at here is a 13.42 acre tract of land, the southeastern corner of the intersection of George Busby Parkway and Town Park Drive. property zone GC, general commercial and office mid-rise, OMR. Been rezoned that for quite some time. Taylor Mathis has owned it as well as numerous properties which it has successfully developed for the past 40 years and done an excellent job doing that. This one is situated within an area on the future land use map, which is denominated as a regional activity center under a sub-area designation that allows for what I'm going to call PBSH, which is purpose-built student housing. You'll recall that for 2 years, approximately 2 years, there was a moratorium on purpose-built student housing, which culminated in the adoption of a new PBS ordinance in August of this past year. And Landmark monitored the entirety of that process, interfaced with stakeholders, and we're the first out of the box. And I told them, and they told me, we want to do it right. Moreover, and more importantly, Madam Chair, you and Commissioner Burrow told us you want it done right. We're asking for no variances, any concurrent variances. We're not asking for any waivers. We're not asking for any special exceptions at all. This is the conceptual, latest conceptual rendering of the site plan. This particular piece of property is less than 2 miles from Kennesaw State University across Busby by way of the skip-span connector, which in and of itself seems that it was purpose-built for this property and to accommodate off-campus, but near off-campus housing. So within the context of the development that you've seen, we have RM12, which are apartments, other OMR, office mid-rises, OS, which is office services, and of course, directly across Busby, we've got the KSU campus as well. I've submitted these applications collectively for purposes of an entitlement or rezoning to the PVC district, exclusively for the construction and development of this purpose-built student housing development, which will have 342.5 highly amenitized units, and we can get into the interior of those in a minute if you'd like, and 685 bedrooms. This is actually one of the smaller purpose-built student housing or student housing developments within this sub-area near the university in terms of the number of bedrooms. While these applications have been pending, we began, Madam Chair, with you and Commissioner Burrow simultaneously with the Bells Ferry Civic Association before the application was filed. And we've also met with the Cobb County Police Department. As you know, the PBSH ordinance requires a submission of a safety plan, and it's not just some made-up safety plan, trust me. It's one that's incredibly involved with a number of moving parts that includes not only cutting-edge technology, but also license plate readers and an inordinate number of surveillance cameras at specified and strategically positioned locations. I'm not playing hide the ball. The commissioner's seen it, Madam Chair has seen it, but the Cobb County Police Department, because of the security reasons, has asked that we not spread it on the internet. I mean, surely if someone wanted it, they could ask it as a public record, but I'm not getting into the specifics of that, but just for your edification, the police department has approved that. And staff has recommended approval, and the Bells Ferry Civic Association has taken a position of recommending approval. We have several stipulation letters. Actually, we've got 4. The primary one is the January 3, 2020 stipulation letter, which also submitted a revised site plan, a revised traffic impact study, which Mr. American can deal with. The second one was January the 21st, 2020, which revised the site plan to remove some covered parking area within the surface parked portions of the property. The next one was January the 24th, 2020. This was specifically to submit the clubhouse. We've been talking about the clubhouse, but we wanted to really get into it because it's a key component. Because the clubhouse at Landmark builds, we say 9,000, it's probably going to be approximately 9,500 square feet. You've seen the architectural rendering elevation, and we've also stipulated to all the interior components of what will be in there. That's at least twice as big as any other student housing developer builds, and you'll see some of the amenities. The resort-style pool is not a junior Olympic pool. This is $1 million pool and with related facilities. And I'm not trying to throw numbers around to impress you, just to let you know how important it is for students to have the ability to have a place they can call home with respect to recreating and also with respect to studying, which is key to this as well. Not only with designated areas in the clubhouse, but of course, each room is set up so that it has a bed. It has I'll call it a study carrel. It has its own bathroom. And then we range all the way from 1 to 6 bedroom configurations per unit, depending upon the location and, of course, depending upon the market need that's out there. The last letter that we had was dated January the 29th. I think that was past your deadline, but it was submitted to Captain Bob Bennett in order to set forth the protocols that Landmark uses in connection with cars or vehicles that are either illegally or improperly parked. Each of you have a copy of each one of the stipulation letters, so I won't get into the specifics of that, but it's rather comprehensive, and Landmark, they don't just put something under contract, entitle it, and turn it over to somebody else. They put it under contract, they entitle it, they build it, they develop it, they own it, they manage it, they operate it, so that it's not turned over to a third-party management company, as you've seen so many of these, not necessarily with KSU, but in other jurisdictions and other universities that have failed because they're not managed by the owner. Landmark is it's an Athens-based Georgia company. I've told you about their reputation. If you've got questions, I can certainly elaborate, but over 50 of these type of facilities have been built. Although KSU is well-intentioned, the deficit in student housing is incredible, particularly considering the build-out and the number of students that by 2025 KSU is going to have. The current owner, Taylor Mathis, or Argonaut, one of its subsidiaries, pays $50,000 annually in ad valorem taxes. This is going to be a $70 to $75 million project. Those are not my numbers. Those are numbers from Mr. Phillips and Mr. Riley. So it's a sizable investment in Cobb County. I think the Bells Ferry Civic Association probably said it most eloquently, and I'll quote from their letter. It says, "We, Bells Ferry, believe this location is ideal for student housing complex because of its close proximity to KSU, public transportation, bike paths, and local retail and restaurant establishments." And then they also go on to say it's far away from, established residential neighborhoods. And it talks about KSU's lack of responsiveness. And I don't know if it's lack of responsiveness or reserving on-campus property for purposes of other buildings, but for whatever it is, KSU needs student housing, and this is an optimal set of circumstances in that regard. 15 seconds. We wanted to be the template for every other PBSH developer coming down the line, and we think we've done that. We hope that we've done that, and at this time, we do ask that you follow your staff's recommendation for approval, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This time, we're going to hear from Bells Ferry Civic Association, who are in support of the application.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tulin Avard, and I'm from the Bells Ferry Civic Association, and we are here in support of Z5 and SLUP 1. As Mr. Sam said, we do agree that the location is ideal for a student housing complex because it is close to KSU, public transportation, bike paths, and local retail and restaurant establishments. And it is similar to the other nearby housing complexes, and it's in a great location. It's away from residential neighborhoods and only a mile or so from the campus. And so PBSHs entice the students to rent from them versus looking for houses to rent in residential neighborhoods, and that's a big plus. And as it was mentioned, that KSU's lack of responsiveness to the need of more on-campus student housing, these developers have stepped in to provide the much-needed additional housing. This is a lucrative business for the developers, and this PBSH will be the 10th in the area. We're hoping that increased competition will make these units more affordable to students. Another positive note is that the zoning request requires no variances. Landmark and their attorney, Garber Sams, has done an excellent job at reaching out to us. They met personally with us and over the course of many weeks answered our numerous questions in great detail. We are pleased that they also met with Cobb County Police and worked with them on a security plan. Crime is down in the area, but in off-campus student housing, it is up, which is why a thorough security plan is so important. A negative point is that off-campus student housing, the PBSHs use a pod format, such as this complex will, which can turn into a negative aspect in the future if enrollment drops at KSU. PBSH pod formats are problematic in that they will be difficult to turn into other types of housing should they fail, which has happened in other states. However, the BFCA does agree that there is a definite need for additional off-campus student housing, and since this development meets all the PBSH SLUP requirements, the BFCA respectfully asks that you recommend approval of C5 and SLUP 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing portion is closed, and it's back to this board. And if y'all would allow me, this would be my district. First of all, let me say that it was, in the very beginning, when we first started on this project, we met on it before it was ever, application was ever made, so we had met on it. We had a new ordinance that had been adopted that said that purpose-built student housing could only go in a RAC, a Regional Activity Center, so which told us that there was not a lot of property that we had to work with. So when we saw this site and was presented this site, we were really excited about it because it was already zoned. It was zoned for a multi-office building, and it had general commercial in it also. So we started working on it, and then we presented the ordinance. They had the ordinance, the new ordinance. We wanted to make sure that it had no variances because this was first out of the, so to speak, of the ordinance for the first one to be built with the new ordinance. So it was very important to us that all the ordinance be met, and they did. They came back. We had lots of questions, and they came back. They met with the homeowner associations, the Bells Ferry Civic Association, Pine Tree Country Club, and that's just to name a few that they met with to try to come up with all the different questions that everyone had. Some of the questions, important questions, were concerning the traffic. Some had questions about the number, how it was going to be configured with using the pod concept, the bed concept, because the bed, I don't know where Gary's covered it or not. Each bedroom will have its own bathroom concept. One of the important things for us was to make sure that security was tight. Went up to Kennesaw College, met with them to have some discussions about it. One of the other concerns we had was the Big Owl, Bob the Owl, I think is the name of it, the bus. Would it come there? They can't guarantee that. That's a Kennesaw bus. However, the applicant has 2 shuttle buses, I believe, that would be available to take students back and forth. And we should have students that would be walking also. So I think we addressed those issues as much as we could. There was a lot of different kind of site plans. The last one is the site plan on the board. We have a lot of different letters. Staff supported it. We supported it. And more than that, I think that this just shows that sometimes you have a new ordinance, and that if you work together with all the adjacent subdivisions and you try to come up with a plan, you can work it out. We spent many hours on this, and I think we've come up with a good plan. So before I make a motion, I'd like to ask the board if they have any comments.
I'll jump in. I'll just say, I agree with Judy that this is a good location for it. I mean, how much closer can you get to campus and meet all the requirements of the special land use permit for this? So I'm gonna support this. I think it's good use and good place for it. I just want to say to the applicant, you guys did a great job being responsive to all the questions and concerns. We don't always see that. We've seen other cases today that drug on for months and months, and it was in large part because applicants weren't listening and responding. So I just want to thank you for being real responsive.
Spray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And lest I come across as a naysayer, I want to begin by thanking Landmark Group, Dave Phillips, Nick Drummond for showing me around, for taking time, for being very responsive. In the case of Dave Phillips, coming to my house and answering a plethora of questions and resolving every issue I have, but about two. So since I'm something of the stick in the mud today, I want to try to explain why. And the answer is I want this to be the best possible product too, and I do want to set a standard going forward, and I think there's only a couple sticking points where this comes up short. I think the safety plan's outstanding. First, my question to the applicant when I met with them was, are you going to build this to International Building Code? Are you willing to build to a higher sound transmission code standard? The answer to question 1 was yes. The answer to question 2 was no. So not having known anything about sound transmission codes beforehand and not having stayed at a Holiday Inn Express even any time recently, I tried to jump into this thing. If you could just confirm for me, the plan is to build it to International Building Code, correct?
Yes, sir, and meet the STC requirements of Cobb County applicable to these type buildings, yes, sir.
Thank you. So the first article I pulled up, if you could put that up, please. It's called Controlling Sound Transmission in Multifamily Healthcare and Educational Environments. And on page 2, you see a chart on the top. It might be on the back. Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. And that chart shows there are 3 different HUD criteria for sound ratings. The minimum grade reflects the IIC requirements of the International Building Code. So there are 3 different levels we can set for sound transmission requirements, or sound baffling, or sound minimization, and that's routinely done. There's a luxury grade of apartment recognized by HUD, which is quieter. There's an average grade which is quieter than the International Building Code. Then there's the minimum, which is the International Building Code standard. So among apartment grades, this is the lowest standard of noise prevention. And ways are then shown on page 3 of that article how to go about creating a better product in terms of sound minimization. The next article, Pete Sigmund, Turning Down the Volume in Student Housing. What he emphasizes is that he believes there's at least a good way to go about helping developers actually receive premium rents for making things more soundproof. And I didn't just go searching through Google and reading these things just because I'm the dad of a former Vanderbilt student who couldn't sleep at night, and I had to go pay for 2 rooms in the same semester, 2 semesters in a row, one off campus and one on, so he could sleep. Most folks think that a quiet, studious place would describe Vanderbilt, but I went through that experience with him, and I suspect that Vanderbilt's actually a relatively quiet place compared to most colleges, but I digress a bit. Back to this article, the author says, noise can lead to stress, fatigue, lack of focus, anxiety, and lengthier healing times. 20% of tenants say they would move if they had noisy neighbors. The International Well Building Institute has set benchmarks for sound abatement, and the author of this article, Turning Down the Volume in Student Housing, estimates the turnover cost for a change in renters results in 3 months lost rent and gaining a new tenant. So there are economies to the builder to build to a higher quality sound transmission standard. And it shouldn't take an advanced degree in economics to figure out it's cheaper to add a little more sheetrock and higher rated windows and insulation than to change tenants. There should be a market for units built to average or luxury standards, and that's higher than the International Code, which is the lowest possible standard. That would be brilliant marketing. That would be something that could market. It would also be brilliant planning on our part to require that as the standard for all purpose-built student housing in this county. And in saying that, I quickly wish to note that it's brilliant not because it's my idea, but because it's other people's idea. And some of those other people include our own staff here in the county. Could I get Mr. Gaines to come up for a second? And while he's making his way up, let me just say that, the builder takes a position, nobody else has had to build to this standard yet. Why should we have to? And I understand completely, but my point going forward, my arguments will be first, because you'll have a superior product that you can market as such if you build to a higher sound transmission code rating. And second, that not only will you have a superior product, but I believe everybody should have to build to these standards going forward. And my basis for that is a report done by this county's community development staff. So the next article up is 2018 purpose-built student housing analysis. That's something that you helped author, is that correct? Or,
Jason Gaines, Cobb County Community Development. Yes, sir.
and
That's
you,
correct.
you and Dana Johnson are both shown on page 2 as having, you're on the masthead, if you will, for the publication of this article on purpose-built student housing, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And at page 2 of the number 2, it indicates at one time the KSU Foundation had placed a project for 1,500 beds on hold due to a perceived oversupply of beds. Do you know anything about that personally?
I don't personally, but at the time, when we prepared the report, that was information that we had received firsthand.
And that's just 2 years ago, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then flipping to page 4. Page 4 notes that while purpose-built student housing is built for and marketed to students, the complexes cannot exclusively lease to students because Congress in its infinite wisdom has passed the Fair Housing Act of 1968, and it's in its infinite lack of wisdom has failed to create an exception that would allow developers such as this to lease only to students. Is that fair?
That's fair. Seniors are the only protected class under the Affordable Housing Act.
Okay. And the report estimates in one complex 5 to 7% of the residents were non-students, correct?
Correct.
And let me ask you to look at the crime, first of all, ask Corky to go to the crime report at page 7.
That would be Cornelius.
I'm sorry. Cornelius, my apologies. So this data was aggregated over a period of 6 years, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in 6 years, there were over 600 noise or disorderly conduct crime reports emanating from our purpose-built student housing around Kennesaw State. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is by far the leading source of crime reports are noise and disorderly conduct violations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 13, you do note, among other things, that it's important that we set a standard of 1 parking space per bedroom in the parking requirements, right?
Yes.
And this developer proposes to do that. So that requirement it traces directly down through the recommendations that your staff made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also said, in the conclusions at page 15, staff believes additional regulation is necessary, and addressing specific issues such as crime, noise, and parking will continue to be a priority. Is that a fair summary of those recommendations?
Yes, that's fair.
Thank you. That's all I have in that regard. Let me just go through here. I pulled up this article, and part of the reason I want to be very careful about this purpose-built student housing, and believe me, I'm not trying to block purpose-built student housing. I just want to see it done right as well. Homicide off campus and purpose-built student housing, I just think it's incumbent upon us to do everything we can to make these things as safe as possible. Let me go through the next few points. Special land use permits. Code Section 134-37 of the Georgia Code. Can we go to that next? All right. No, that's kind of jumping. Do you have 134-37? Thank you. And if you could flip to the page 4/7 there of this code provision of Cobb County Code. Subpart G, building and sites shall be designed to minimize the transfer of noise by use of absorbing blocking material, et cetera. If we could put up, my understanding is the proposal is for this to be PVC. If we could put up code section 134-217. So this is a question I have regarding moving off the sound category per se. It suggests PVC is a appropriate zoning category when you're going to have a unified retail center within the center of the community. That's not what I understand this is. And then if you could flip with me to page 8 of 11. Subparagraph 13C, a PVC shall require 25 contiguous acres. Madam Chair, this project only has 13.42 contiguous acres. Finally, if you could flip to RM 16, residential multifamily district. Yeah. So this is really an appropriate location. This is a very appropriate location within 1 mile of the main campus. It's within a half a mile. It's right across a great bridge. But the reason I pulled this out is on the next page, it does show that purpose-built student housing is appropriate in the RM16 category. There would be a problem with respect to the precise number of units sought in this instance. This would exceed this to a degree, but I want to try to find a category that this would fit, and this was the closest category I could find that references purpose-built student housing. So if you would excuse me just a moment, I covered up my own remaining comments. So in closing, thank you for your patience, Madam Chair. And I'm not trying to block purpose-built student housing from being built. The county has made a policy decision by a 3-2 vote that we should have purpose-built student housing. And the Board of Commissioners speaks for the county in that regard. This is a good location for it if we're going to have it anywhere. I just want to see it done right. The chair says he wants a 5-star county. I don't know how you get to a 5-star county when you take the lowest possible noise prevention standard in a place that by designation is going to have a lot of college kids in it and be quite loud. Why burden our Cobb County Police with a bunch of calls that we don't have to merely by raising the sound transmission code standards for this? Mama says it's easier to shut off the faucet than to continue to mop the floor. I propose that all purpose-built student housing in this county should be built to the luxury apartment sound standard, not the lowest possible standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Go ahead. I just want to respond to something that Fred had, because the PVC category really bothered me. And I had the exact same problem Fred did. I went looking. The only other category that this would be outright allowed in was the RRC, which doesn't suit this any better than PVC.
We all have
And
the
maybe RM16 with the variance is a more reasonable category to go forward with it because it is truly multifamily. It doesn't have any commercial component, which is really something a PVC should have. But,
Let me ask
but,
John. John, how did y'all come up with PVC?
This is going to be a long story, Madam Chair.
Oh.
But, you know,
Feel free to take your time, Fred did, so feel free.
I'm going to try to top them. You know, as you're aware, this started off with the study Mr. Beloin referenced with Mr. Ginn in 2018, which had some recommendations and some other statements in it. And last year, the staff developed a code to allow purpose-built student housing. That's where the SLUT process came in. And this very board, except for Alice, heard this in June last year, and y'all voted 5-0 to approve it with, you know, some changes here and there to the code to make it more palatable to you. You know, the board accepted some of those changes, and they didn't accept other changes. So when the board adopted this in August, the code that Mr. Boyne put up just now is the code we have to go by.
The PVC.
And, you know, there are different categories you're allowed to put purpose-built student housing in. You can do it at ARM 16, RRC, PVC, and I think ARM 12, and they all have different levels of density. You know, with RRC and PVC being the highest density, for those, the board determines the density on those on a case-by-case basis, based on what's around it. I would have to take exception with some of the things he said regarding PVC. You know, when the board adopted this code in August, they put 16 criteria in place that we have to use to look at purpose-built student housing. One that he mentioned had to do with acreage. You know, in the code the board adopted, purpose-built student housing requires 4 acres. PVC requires 25 acres. So we're going to go by what the code is for the use, which is 4 acres. You know, in addition to that, you know, there are 3 other things in the purpose-built student housing code that don't match up to PVC. For instance, the landscape buffer adjacent to residential in the purpose-built student housing is 30 feet, whereas in PVC it's 40 feet. The height for purpose-built student housing in the code is 55 feet, whereas for PVC it's 75 feet or higher. And, you know, the last thing is the setbacks. In purpose-built student housing, they're required to be 50 feet off the property line. In PVC, it could be a 15-foot side setback or a 30-foot rear setback. So there's standards that don't match up, but what we're going to use to look at this application staff-wise is what the board adopted for purpose-built student housing. So in our opinion, it meets it.
Okay. I think that was what the conclusion that when we talked about it in all the meetings we had was the PVC was as closest that we could come to with knowing that we were going to follow the new purpose-built student housing ordinance in the long run. So the 4 acres did meet it, if I'm correct in the thing. All right, and then the other question I have before we go to Andy, we just had a big discussion about the sound and is that part of zoning or is that part of building?
It's in the building code, but the purpose-built student housing code does mention about reducing noise. And they mention 3 different methods to reduce noise, which is a rough building exterior, fencing, and landscaping. So it'd be my opinion that that was really meant to keep the noise of the project into the project, not outside the project.
Okay, that was my understanding. And if they met the code, then they were following it to the letter as to what they could do.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Andy, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Fred, I admire your decision to make this project better. I mean, I think that's what all of us are up here trying to do, and I think that's really what the applicant and Judy and Joanne and or the commissioner, our planning staff and Bell's Ferry, everybody has been doing for some time here. I just wanted to address, I have a little bit of knowledge about construction and sound transmission coefficients, other ways to mitigate and evaluate how well a system is designed inhibit the transmission of sound. And one thing that's important to understand, and building codes are minimum standards. So to build to a building code is the requirement. It is a minimum standard. The problem sometimes with trying to improve on that minimum standard is the better ways to do things are not necessarily tested. So if you're trying to elicit a commitment from a developer or a builder to build something better than the required standard in the building code, sometimes it's hard to commit to that specifically because the system that you might want them to use or that they might be inclined to use may not have a tested STC in the book. I think that what I've seen all along from this developer is a commitment to build a high-quality product. They want, I may be wrong in this, but I think we were looking at a product that's going to demand the highest rent for this type of housing in the area once it's built, unless other things change between now and then. And to obtain that kind of rent, they're going to have to provide a better product. And I think that in and of itself, and if they don't, I think their desire to have rates at that kind of plateau or that at the top of the market are not going to be realized. So I think that it is unfortunate the way in which the codes are written and the requirements are made, that they do kind of encourage this, what could be perceived as a desire to build at the low end. But I don't think that's the desire in this case, and I think that though I think it would be difficult for them to commit to a specific STC rating above the required minimum, because so many of the systems that they may use to achieve that probably would result in that, but they haven't been tested. So I don't know if looking to get more a higher value codified would be a reasonable objective. I do know from my own personal experience trying to find student housing for my daughter over the last 2 summers, or springs and summers, that it is very difficult to find housing in the area. I know that Jason's report, because I happen to read it as well, very well done, did indicate that there had earlier been a belief that there wasn't a shortage of housing, but that's not my experience in the area. So I commend this developer again for their participation in this process and for setting a standard that maybe there are going to be ways in the future to exceed the examples made here, but this is in my tenure on the board, this is one of the best examples of cooperation between the community, the planning commission, and the developer. So
Thank you.
I'm in support of this.
Thank you, Andy. All right. So it's back to me, and I'm going to make a motion. Y'all just bear with me. I'm going to make a motion that we approve this to the PVC classification.
And we need a motion for each application, for the zoning and the SLUP needs separate
Right,
motions.
okay.
Okay.
When I make the motion, can I include it as for the SLUP 2 or SLUP 1?
I prefer you do them as separate motions.
2 separate, okay. Right. Because I don't know that I'll remember everything I'm fixing to say. Let me start off by saying that I'm going to take my time on this one. I'm going to make a motion we approve this to PVC, and we're talking about Z5. And that would be subject to the staff comments, and the revised site plan. John, is that the correct date on the revised site plan? Or do we have a newer one? This one says January the 3rd. Seems like this one on the board over here might be the newest one.
Newest one is January 21st, I think. Is that correct, Mr. Sams?
So January the 21st, that would be subject to the revised site plan received by staff on January the 21st. District Commissioner to approve minor modification. All right, letters of agreeable condition from Garvis Sams. And I'm going to start with these letters because I have several. The first one would be the January 3rd, 2020 letter, which was revised site plan and the traffic impact study and the other stipulations. The next one I had would be January 21st, 2020, would be where they're making, this would be about the SLUP and other agreeable conditions. And then I have a letter from Garvis Sam's, January the 29th, and that was a follow-up, and this is concerning the police protection and the plan by the police department. So that's the January 29th, 2020. And then I have a supplement plan, let's see, another letter. And this had to do with the amenity package, and this is January the 24th, 2020. And then that would be subject to all staff comments. District commissioners approve the final building architecture prior to permitting. The fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer comments, and stormwater management comments, and Department of Transportation comments. And I think that we have had some discussions. Apparently, the CDC up there has, are doing the 6-foot sidewalks, and there was some 4-foot sidewalks are presently in some portions out there. So that would be subject to Cobb DOT comments at the plan review session. So I think that is everything. Y'all correct me if I missed anything. I think I've gotten everything. So that would be my motion.
Okay.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, second for discussion.
And one thing, and maybe it's in the stip letter, and I was just trying to go back through and add it, since this doesn't truly fit the definition of a PVC, could we put for purpose-built student housing only as a use?
Yeah, I think we did, yeah, of course we can do that. Next
Okay.
would be PVC for purpose-built student housing only. That's a good catch, thanks. All right. And since Fred won't be there, could we put this on the consent agenda? So I would like to add that to the motion and put it on the consent agenda. And Jason, for coming up here and Fred and interrogating you, I hereby sentence you to 3 weeks vacation. So that's my motion. Do I have a second?
I guess I second.
You seconded. All right. Call the question. And that's approved 4-1 with Fred saying no. And in defense of Fred, he was only saying no to because of the construction of the same, correct?
Madam Chairman, that and the PVC, and I've made all kinds of positive comments about the
Yes.
developer, and you deserve a lot of credit too for all the great work you've done on all the other issues, which are like 50 of them, so,
Thank you.
yes.
All right, now what we're gonna do right now is.
Judy.
The SLUP, I'm sorry. I told you I'd forget it. All right, so now to the SLUP, and I don't remember what I said.
You can say what I
I
said.
got,
My people over here, my people, on SLUP 1, all the comments that I made on Z5. Okay, so,
and consent.
and consent on the SLUP 1. So I have a motion. And I have a second? All right, call the question. And that's approved 4-1. And Fred is opposed to the SLUP. So, now, does that complete everything? All right, we need to take a break badly. And we're gonna come back here, and John, because we're gonna break for, let me make an announcement. We're gonna break for lunch at 12 o'clock. John, you have asked that when we come back from a little break, that we hear the
code amendment first.
code amendment
Okay.
before lunch.
All right.
Okay.
So we hear that first.
So
and then
for
we go back
everybody in
to-
the audience, we're gonna go on a break now, come back, we're gonna hear the Airbnb, I think is the code amendment.
there's a whole
Yeah, there's the other,
few others, gutters.
yeah. And then we'll go to lunch at 12 and then come back at 1 o'clock.
If the committee goes fast, we might get some.
Fine. everyone from our break. John, at this time, we're going to have the public hearing. Well, I take that back. At this time, you have an announcement.
Yeah, and before we start the code amendments, Madam Chairman, I did get a request for the applicant for Z11 of 2020, Cameron General Contractors, Inc., to continue this case until your April 7th hearing date. So they want to continue it for 2 months.
All right, and if, this is Fred's case. Do you need him to come up, Fred?
Do I need what?
Do you need him, the attorney, to come up?
Would you like to? Would anyone from the applicant like to come up and just make a brief statement?
Honorable Chair, Commission members, administration, thank you. My name is Richard Tranter. I'm with the firm of Dinsmore Shoal and act as National Project Counsel for Cameron General Contractors, the applicant. And we are making the request for the motion to continue. And I've talked to Mr. Peterson about this. We think there may be a discrepancy that needs to be corrected with respect to the characterization of our use, which our use is supportive senior housing. And we're going to continue to work with staff. And I will say, for the benefit of those that are here, we also have met with the district commissioner, and we have had the neighborhood meeting, which was very productive. If there's anyone here in the audience that wants to meet with us, we will stay if they have any questions or concerns. We have traveled in. We are not flying out till about 4 o'clock, so we will stay and make our presence known in the back of the room for anybody that wants to discuss the issue with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred, it's back to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wish to know, could you go ahead and spell your last name so we can find you in Cincinnati if we
Sure.
don't have your card?
Tranter, Tranter. And we do have local engineering with Bowman Consulting, and Kai Burke is our contact locally here. And then my client is also here. He flew in from Lincoln, Nebraska today for this because we do treat your proceedings very seriously. His name is Bob Lewis. Bob is Director of Development for Cameron General Contractors, which is one of the largest builders, operators of senior housing, independent living, as opposed to assisted or memory care. And that's part of the discussion we've been having with the neighborhood, so they understand how we operate. We're very serene, peaceful development.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in today.
Yeah.
And let me just add to his request, and I'll follow that up with a motion for continuance. Based upon the fact that they've come here in good faith today, and they want to try to clarify some things in the process, and think that might benefit them in the process. I want to give them every opportunity to have their points considered, and considered not just by me but by staff. And I also want to point out that these folks did fly in and have in essence, a town hall meeting with the community previously, and I would just like to see those discussions continue to the fullest extent possible. It may be that the community cannot come to a consensus with you, but we certainly always appreciate those efforts. So I apologize to the folks who came here today to speak in opposition. I'm going to move to allow this continuance in fairness to the applicant, but hopefully there won't be any problem with you coming back in April and expressing those concerns you have as to the project. If there's anybody that for any reason can't be here in April, could you indicate that?
First off, let's check and see, how many do we have opposed to this application? So we had 3 opposed, okay.
Is there any reason you can't be here in April? Thank you. Okay, with that, I'll just move that we continue this matter to the April calendar.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second, Andy. Call the question. And that's approved 5-0 for a hold for 2 months.
I believe it's the April 7th. Is that the
correct.
date? Yes.
Yes,
correct.
that's correct.
Thank you.
And sir, but before you leave, what you want to do is go back to the zoning office and get new stickers for your signs, so the correct dates are on your signs.
Sure. And we'll renotice as necessary, anything that your requirements are.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, John, now,
And now we're going to skip to the code amendment, which is to consider a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners regarding the 2020 code amendments for Section 134 of the Cobb County Code. And Ms. Jessica Gwynn is going to present these.
okay.
Good morning, everyone. Jessica
morning.
Gwynn, Cobb County Community Development. Thank you all for giving us this opportunity to come back and speak with you about short-term rentals. And as you'll recall, we presented this initially for the public hearing at the January 7th meeting. There were some changes that you all had requested and that we had discussed, and I sent the updated draft to you all, I guess, about a week and a half ago, along with a summary of the changes that were made. I'm just going to hit the highlights of the changes. A lot of the changes were just cleaning up some language and what have you, but some of the most material changes were to, first of all, change the response requirement for the short-term rental agent to 30 minutes, or to 1 hour rather than 30 minutes, given Cobb County traffic and understanding that sometimes it's difficult to get from Marietta to Smyrna in 30 minutes. We thought that was a reasonable change. We also removed any reference to short-term rental certificate, again, more so for clarity. The only certificate would be the occupational tax certificate. There would not be a separate short-term rental certificate. We added clarity that short-term rentals are permitted in all R zoning districts, and also that they're only permitted in residential structures with a valid certificate of occupancy. This would eliminate someone from renting out a tent or shed or RV or other type of, not really a structure on their property as a short-term rental. And then the other thing, and one thing that you all had a good bit of discussion about at the work session, was the occupancy allowances. We've changed that to 1 adult per 390 square feet, which is, in line with our current codes regarding single-family housing. As you all know, and this morning I did send out an email to the Planning Commission, but just for the record, the Georgia General Assembly is also currently looking at short-term rental regulation. And yesterday, there was a committee meeting where the bill was passed out of committee to move forward, which would essentially really limit counties and cities from regulating short-term rentals. It would prohibit counties and cities from requiring any sort of registration. It would essentially treat them like any other rental, any long-term rental. Short-term rentals wouldn't be able to be treated differently. So with all that being said, the draft that we're putting forward at this point, if the bill that's currently being considered were to pass the General Assembly, our code would essentially be invalidated. I don't know if Brian Johnson has anything he wants to add to that, but that's where we are today.
Okay. We'll open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on the code amendment? Just short. Short terms only.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. I hadn't thought there was going to be the opportunity to speak, but since there is, I've talked to quite a few people about this, and we agree that regulation of some sort is needed and desirable, but we believe that there's a place for these, and we feel that in single-family subdivisions, R15, R20, RSL, SC is not the place. We feel that the people that would be renting these would be in town to party, enjoy sporting events, and it could create problems for stable neighborhoods, raising kids. People have to get up to go to work. So we would like to see these limited to certain areas, notably racks, possibly near universities, tourist areas, maybe like Six Flags, but not in single-family subdivisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good morning. My name's David Poteet. Just real quickly, I'm totally confused as you got my letters. I just want to make sure I understand it well, how this is going to protect homeowners, not questioning it will. But I live in the older neighborhood, which we're going to present later about a zoning. And that's my biggest concern is this going to protect homeowners, or we're going to have to police more? I tend to go with Carol on the racks and things like that as far as where they belong initially, but would love to hear how this is going to tighten or make it better for older neighborhoods like ours that are trying to do the right thing, keep the homes up, younger families, things like that. So not so much a suggestion as much as making sure, finding out answers to how does this tighten the rules, how does this help us as homeowners, and how does this lessen us having to police people. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing no one else, the public hearing portion is closed. It's back to this board. So who would like to start off the discussion on it?
And Fred may be shocked, but I do agree with him. You know, I know in my neighborhood, I sure would hate to have one of these next door to me where somebody's essentially operating a motel or an extended stay that we require a special land use permit for if you're building anything with kitchen facilities. And that's what some of them really become when it goes from the initial idea of them of, hey, I'm gonna go on vacation, I can rent my house for a week or two while I'm on vacation, to I'm gonna buy a house and make it a short-term rental. I'm gonna make a full-time business out of renting out short-term rentals, and there are people out there doing that today. And I've actually talked to them because I'm in real estate and they've wanted me to find properties for them to do that today. So it's not a hypothetical at all. And I've had multiple people ask me for that. You know, so from that regard, I still think we need some type of restrictions that prevent it from being a commercial motel. And that may be, as I suggested in my email before, a maximum number of days in a 12-month period, 14 days, 30 days, something that says this is truly just a side thing when I'm not there or something like that. I do think it may be an idea to restrict it to regional activity centers, as Fred's put out there. Possibly to restrict it to the RM zoning categories and PVC and UVC there, or possibly require a LUP so that neighbors have notice and they can come to a formal hearing and state their objections if they want, but something rather than, I really hate that it's being considered almost as an entitlement of the property. I think it ought to be a special exception use to the property because there's too many problems that can occur and deteriorate our neighborhoods with commercial entities. We have zoning for a reason. There's a reason why we don't put motels in the middle of a subdivision. And that's essentially what some people are trying to do, skirt having commercial zoning, skirt having to meet fire code requirements and all kinds of things for a motel and change a house into that. Yeah, so, you know, I would say, you know, from my perspective, this needs further discussion and probably some town halls and things like that out to the community and reached out to the community to get input because I think this is flying under the radar for an awful lot of people, and it's such an important change. So I kind of don't think it's ready to move forward, but if it does, I think there ought to be some restrictions. And then I had some other things like we still have the legal and or equitable title, and I have a problem with equitable title because it's not necessarily the legal owner. That can be somebody. Equitable interest is fairly easy to establish. It could be a rental leasehold. You have some form of equitable title. It could be, you know, a lien holder could have some equitable title, you know, rights. And also the change said the property as shown in the Cobb County tax records. And the problem with that is the tax assessor only has to have the owner current as of January 1st. And they really only need to have that January 1st owner in their system by the time they send out tax bills 9 months later or so. And it's very common, I see it all the time, where the legal owner is not who the tax assessor is showing as the owner because they still have the former owner. So I think it would have to be as shown in the records of the Cobb County Clerk of Superior Court where deeds are filed for the owner. You know, I had raised an issue where it said person had to be 21 to be a designated person for a rental agent, and they, scratched out that, and I appreciate you trying to make the change, but I do think we want the person to at least be of legal age. So I may say, my objection was, age discrimination by leaving out people who could have a real estate license at 18, 19, or 20. But I do think we should have somebody who's legal. I would still like to see a provision maybe added to the part about it having a CO, just to clarify for everybody that under no circumstances may tents, campers, recreational vehicles be used for short-term rental, just to make it so explicit that there's no doubt when somebody reads it. Because I could see people saying, well, we have a house here, but we're going to put up 5 tents in the back, and people are going to stay in those too. And there are people doing that. That's been on the news, cases like that. On the 390 square feet, a good addition, but we need to add to that unfinished living area, because right now it just says 390 square feet, and that could be 390 square feet of the site square footage. It could be of the gross square footage, which would include garages and unfinished basements and things. And I still don't like that we're requiring the complaining party to contact the rental agent before they can even file a code enforcement complaint. It seems to be putting the burden on our citizens who happen to live next door to a short-term rental to be part of the enforcement problem when there's an issue, rather than turning it over to the authorities to enforce if there's an issue. So I would like to change, instead of that they shall, first contact, that they're encouraged to first contact the agent. And the other thing I don't like is that we set up a special way of filing a code enforcement complaint for people who live next door to a short-term rental, instead of using the normal process for code enforcement complaints on everything else. And by a special process, I mean that they have to put in writing how they've made attempts to already contact the owner or the agent and deal with the problem. They should just be able, if somebody's violating Cobb County ordinance, they ought to be able to call code enforcement and submit a complaint just like you would about anything else. So I didn't like that point. And then there's a paragraph that references notice, and it says rental agent and owner will be noticed by Cobb County. And I think that should say and/or, because we don't want to have this requirement in order to enforce anything that Cobb County goes out and finds the owner, who could be an absentee owner somewhere out of the country even, to provide notice before we can go forward when they have an agent on file. The idea of having an agent on file is that somebody we can serve and contact. So those were kind of my comments, but my overreaching comment is it needs some way of restricting it down so it's not just an entitlement that everybody can go turn a house into a motel.
All right, thank you. Andy?
We're going in order? Oops, I just voted.
Did you vote for it or against? We can always recommend denial of this. It's not like we have to approve it.
Well, I hope that all of this isn't for naught if the legislature decides to act on this. I wish they'd acted on it before, because this is a huge industry, and maybe some of what we're proposing as code amendments will survive whatever the legislature does. But
I think so.
I was just shocked, just real quickly, $115 billion industry in 2019, over 100,000 new units per year in the United States. It's ridiculously large cottage industry. So I think it's absolutely essential that we do something as a county to help regulate this. So just if the only thing it serves to do is give us information about where these things are occurring, I think that's a positive step. I think I have one in my neighborhood. I've suspected it, but would have no way to know, and certainly don't want to confront a neighbor about something. So, my big contention is related to Fred's and Golf's, that where are these things going to be allowed? And what I object is the idea of, and I love this coming right after our Z5, because what I object to is the idea of this purpose-built or purpose-bought, short-term rental. So, making a play on the, okay, you got that.
Why did you do that?
It just came to me. I can't help it. But, and
But
I'd like to
he did
recommend.
he did it on purpose, Madam Chairman.
He did. I know he did.
But I'd like to, I've always thought of this Airbnb was, the idea was renting your home. So why can't we, I'd like to recommend that we allow this in your homestead property only, so that people aren't buying homes like they've tried to do from Galt to turn them into basically hotels that, and then another statistic that I saw in the report I read was that these are 12%, are projected to be over 12% of the total hotel, motel type accommodations in 2020. So this is a huge industry, and I think there's something that has to be done to control it. So that's all I got.
Thank you.
You like that purpose-built? Yeah. Okay.
Alice.
I agree with Galt. As he eloquently pointed out, there's a number of issues that I think we still need to work on, and I think it would be premature to move forward today.
Yeah. How long are you going to take? Because that was a long time. Let me say my three words. This is an ordinance that we all got blindsided by, really. We don't have one, and we certainly do need one, but it's become a problem it sort of gives me pause to know that my next door neighbor could have rented out as a Airbnb and have a party, and then I'm left with the noise and all the things and the traffic and the beer bottles, all the things that go with it. So one of the suggestions I like is having it in a rack or a CAC, that it be not in a platted or recorded subdivision. I think when you get into people's neighborhoods, you're imposing on them something that they don't really want. So those would be my suggestion. It needs to be some way that we can pinpoint it, and I say CACs because like Six Flags or Whitewater, those are not in a rack, and you know that you're going to have tourist attractions. So it should be close to tourist attraction or in a rack. So those are my comments.
Thank you. So to try to clarify some comments I made at our work session, my first thought is that in Northwest Cobb County, the reasonable expectation is that Bob the Legionnaire is not going to be renting the house next door for a day and coming out to get the paper in his bathrobe. I mean, that's the reasonable expectation of people living in Cobb County for the most part. On the other hand, and this is where I think our legislature needs to watch out, in St. Simons and Sea Island, the reasonable expectation is that single-family housing is going to be rented out on a short-term basis. So, and this is something where in a perfect world, people might have anticipated 100 years ago there would be Airbnb and they would have put restrictions down. But in our world, we have a situation where there may not be express restrictions against what's going on in covenants. So somebody's going to have to step in and try to undo a mess that this change has brought us. But when they do it, I would hope they would do it in a manner that focuses on what are the reasonable expectations of the neighbors in a community. That's really the question. I don't think the reasonable expectations of the neighbors on the beach at St. Simons is that there can't be short-term rentals next door. I do think the reasonable expectations of most single-family homeowners in Cobb County is there can't be VRBO or Airbnb next door. So this is going to be really hard to come up with a one-size-fits-all. Is going to be a really tough job, and that's why I hope that the legislature would actually perhaps consider allowing counties to regulate their own on a certain basis rather than just trying to make blanket statements as to the way things should be statewide. And with that, I concur with virtually every comment I've heard from everybody else on this group, and I think we ought to hold this and continue to work on something a little bit longer. And I think we also ought to let our legislators know, and I got one cell phone number in my pocket, but that we should let them know that to exercise caution when coming into this area, because it's not a one-size-fits-all. And I tried to come up with something, as you did, that, Madam Chair, that would work in terms of limiting it first, trying it first in certain areas where there might be less of an expectation that your neighbor's not going to be there every day of the year, every year. So with that, I concur with all the comments that were made here today.
Okay, so it's back to this board, and Jessica, you need a recommendation?
Yes, the Board of Commissioners will have their second public hearing on February 11th. And at that point, that's for all the code amendments. And at that point, they'll be voting. If you all would like to hold this, then whenever I do my presentation, and I'll just tell them that the Planning Commission is held. And they know that you all were holding it till today, so they do know that, but I'll just tell them on Tuesday at our next public hearing that the Planning Commission has voted to hold this. One thing that I would ask, given the activity at the General Assembly right now, I don't know that it's prudent to spend a whole lot of staff time working on this. So if you all would like to hold it, I would ask that maybe you look to hold it until April or May, so we have a better idea of what direction that's going in and whether it's even
Feasible.
worthwhile.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea.
I have just a couple comments on that. One is that I know the Association of Counties, whatever it's called, the formal name, is taking the position that the bill introduced would be unconstitutional in Georgia, because that's essentially controlling zoning, which the Constitution says is a local matter. So, I think, I don't know that Cobb County needs to stop doing what we are because of that bill, because that could go on for years if it does pass, for appeals and all of that. And it's probably good to get something on the books. I think it's probably important for us to at least send some kind of direction to the Board of Commissioners of what we're thinking in terms of saying maybe a motion that we think the Board of Commissioners should hold this for further consideration and look at ways to restrict the uses so that it isn't operating a business in residential property.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, let's make that a motion.
All right.
Okay.
Second by, let's call the question. That's approved 5-0.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, then you all don't want this to come back to you, but you want the Board of Commissioners to consider holding it. Okay.
Instructions were gone.
Yeah, I think if they hold it, it would be, if they deem to hold it, it would be good to come back to us when changes are made.
Okay.
So, but we think they should hold it because we know they have their final scheduled hearing coming up on it.
Right.
And we just don't think it's, it's ready to go yet. Let's put it that way.
All right, thank you, Jessica.
All right, thank you.
All right. John, we wanted to hear one case before.
yeah, we need
We've
to hear-
got 15 minutes.
Okay, and this one shouldn't take that long.
No,
So,
somebody
okay.
has to leave, is my understanding.
Yes, they have a court appointment.
Okay.
Okay, rezoning case Z12, Yasmin Benache Baton request a rezoning from CF to R12 for the purpose of single-family houses in land lot 180 of the 17th district. The property is located on the northwest side of Cooper Lake Road, north of Veterans Memorial Highway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z12? Two. Let the record show there's two people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Hello.
Hello.
We have two parcels on 9.
Ma'am, could you give us your name for the record?
Sorry, my name is Yasmin Benishabitan.
Okay, thank
Um,
you.
I'm the applicant for both parcels and owner, and applying for 9 Cooper Lake and 11 Cooper Lake Road. Again, to rezone to R12 from CF. Purpose is, there are currently, it's 2 parcels, there are currently 2 residential structures that are very, very old, and all we want to do is just demolish them and build up new construction homes. I don't have plans as of right now, but we've had an idea and we've submitted some kind of idea. It's going to be 2,600 to 3,200 square foot residential. Architectural wise, it's going to be pretty traditional, 2-story houses with finished or an unfinished basement. It's not undecided yet. That's it.
Okay. So you're wanting to tear down existing structures and build 2 new houses, is basically
ma'am.
what you're wanting to do?
Yes.
Okay, and it's currently zoned future commercial, so you'd have to come in for a zoning classification?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank
That's
you.
it. Thank you.
Do we have anybody in opposition?
Thank you. My name is Robin Meyer. I'm the chairman of the zoning committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We're excited to see new homes on these lots and the revitalization of this little stretch of Cooper Lake Road. There already is new construction in the area, and we think this is a great sign for that little part of Mableton. So we're asking that you recommend approval of this application. Because we don't have elevations of the homes, we would ask for an architectural review committee, which is a very standard practice here, that would provide an approval process or a consideration process of the final architecture that would be comprised of the applicant or property owner, the Mableton Improvement Coalition, and someone from the Community Development Department. We would ask that you require that the driveways be replaced. Right now, they're in not very good shape. They seem, from the plans we've seen, the site plan online, that they will be replaced, but it's very hard to read. So we would ask that the concrete driveways be replaced and that there be room for cars to turn around so that they can exit going forward onto Cooper Lake Road, and there not be a situation where they're forced to back onto Cooper Lake Road. And then lastly, we understand that there's a recommendation for curb, gutter, and sidewalk in front of these 2 properties. We're less concerned about curb and gutter, but simply that sidewalk be installed. We know that these are just 2 properties and that can be an expensive undertaking. But if there's not some sort of concrete path across these 2 front yards, there will be a muddy path across these 2 front yards because there's a lot of pedestrian traffic in this area. So that would be our recommendation and our request, and we look forward to new neighbors. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing portion is back to this board.
Thank you, Judy. I'm going to start very quickly to deal with the sidewalk issue. Might as well have Amy Diaz come up.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Okay, Amy, with this road being a major collector, when your comments are Cobb County development standards and ordinance that the applicant meet all of them, would sidewalks be included in that standard?
Typically, though, we do try to make sidewalk, curb, and gutter a specific comment. When this has been seen before, and when it came through before, a conversation with Commissioner Cupid was that it was not to require sidewalk because it was a very small development. I will say that if sidewalk is requested and put in, that we do need curb and gutter because it protects the sidewalk.
Okay, and I think curb and gutter's already there, isn't it? I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure that when we were zoomed in, curb and gutters are just not sidewalk. Yeah, that looks like curb and gutter there, doesn't it?
I can't
Probably
see it,
hard
Sean,
for you to
honestly.
see, but it looks like curb and gutter to me. I'm pretty sure that's there. which is probably why Robin's not as concerned with it.
Well, and certainly, they would have to replace anything they move because of
Right.
driveway adjustments, but other than
So,
that.
okay. Okay, I'll just make a note, sidewalks on here. And if Commissioner Cupid desires to do something different with it, she can do it.
DOT would certainly support sidewalk.
Okay, that's all I, anybody else, anything for DOT on this one?
No, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Amy.
and if I could just have the applicant come back up just for a quick question. And just, this is more of a confirmation of what we discussed on the phone, is that you're agreeable to an architectural review committee?
Yes.
Okay, because you don't have elevations now on that. I just want to make sure that, and you're agreeable the houses will be at least 2,500 square feet?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, anybody else have any questions? Okay, you can have a seat again. I'll just say this is, fairly easy. They are asking for a lot size variance just because these are existing lots that are just slightly smaller than the R12, which would be 12,000 square foot. I think they're 11,250, so it's a reasonable variance given the circumstances. It does now conform to the land use plan because we changed the land use plan last month. So that's good. They were asking for some variances. One, on their site plan, they asked for a rear setback variance, but they don't need it. They weren't anywhere near the rear setback on the lot, so we discussed that, that it's really not needed. Side setback, because there may be some change in the plan from what was actually shown, will allow the side setback to be 10 feet to the exterior lots, which would be a reduction from 20, I believe it is. And to the two interior lots, it's only a 5 foot to their two lots, which wouldn't require a variance in addition of driveway turnaround. So does anybody have any questions before? And I also discussed with the applicant demolishing the house within 120 days. She had already gone to get demolition permits, but one of the owners is out of the country, so she has to wait till the person returns to get it signed off on, but she has full intentions of demolishing the houses so that they don't become a nuisance. Any questions before I make a motion?
Yeah, just real quick, I mean, we're proposing to give them a 50% reduction on that exterior side setback. Would increasing the interior side setback to offset that be a reasonable request? I mean, everything on there are the old houses. Things aren't going to change over time, but if they had a 10-foot setback on the interior as well as on the exterior, then that might more maintain that rhythm of the houses on the street. So that's my thought.
Leave it to the architect. We could do that and just make side setbacks to be 10 foot. And they really only show 18 feet on their plan right now. It's just, I realize that this was started by somebody else who was gonna buy the lots, and then that fell through last year. So she's taken it over as the owner / manager of the lots to move it forward. So I can see that she might have, a change in the, actual house plan they're gonna use. So I was allowing a little bit of variance there, but yeah, we can do that. Okay.
I just do want to clarify, I do not have an architectural license.
Okay.
We want that on the record.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you don't have a
Our architecture graduate. How's that? Okay. Okay, I make the following motion regarding Z12 to recommend approval subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Site plan received December 5, 2019 with the following changes. Side setback to be 10 feet, rear setback to be 40 feet, addition of driveway turnarounds, And then the homes to be constructed shall be a minimum of 2,500 square feet of finished heated and cooled square footage. The exterior material shall be brick, stacked stone, stucco, wood, or cement-based siding. No vinyl siding allowed. At least 50% of the front elevation shall have brick or stacked stone. The home shall be traditional or craftsman in style. An architectural review committee shall be established with a representative from the builder, a representative from Mapleton Improvement Coalition, and a representative from Community Development. The architectural review committee shall review and approve all elevations with final approval by the district commissioner. Variance to the side setback from exterior lots from 20 to 10 feet. I guess an increase in the side setback from 5 to 10 feet for interior lots. Existing house to be demolished within 120 days of Board of Commissioners' final zoning decision. And we had the driveways to be replaced and a turnaround to be added to driveways and sidewalks to be installed. And the district commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that increase the density, change that is in conflict with an express stipulation or condition of zoning, or requires a variance or violates Cobb County ordinance. And I think we could put this on the consent agenda for BOC.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Diane. And you have a question?
I thought
For
we
discussion.
were going to not require sidewalks.
Actually, what I said is we'll put them in there since Mick's asked them for them and they're normally required. And if the district commissioner wishes to take them out, she can do that.
All right, so we have a motion, a second. Call the question. And that's approved 5-0. We are going to take an hour break and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Yes, ma'am? We'll hear it when we come back from lunch. We had an emergency with that case, and so we will hear Z10 when we come back from lunch at 1 o'clock. Uh-huh. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We're ready to get started with our next case. John?
All right, thank you. Rezoning case Z10, Cesar Romero, request rezoning from O&I to NRC for the purpose of a hair salon in land lot 639 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Powder Springs Road, south of Horseshoe Bend Road. Is the applicant present? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z10? Two, okay. Let the record show there's 3 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Henry Garcia. I'm here to help my friend Cesar Romero, who is the owner of the property. And basically, we're trying to change the zoning from OI to NRC for a hair salon. We talked to the fire department. We talked to other persons, and they seem to be okay with it. So that's pretty much what we're doing here. I don't know if you have any questions.
Could you give us a little more information, perhaps? How many employees, how many clients do you see?
Basically, it's just the owner's wife who's going to be, she's licensed in cosmetology, and she's going to be pretty much running the business. For future plans, she's probably going to have another chair to, but that's down the road, not in the near future. She wants to start the business on her own, and see what happens after that.
And how many clients maybe does she anticipate having a day?
She's planning, right now, she sees people by appointment. She comes to the people's homes and take care of their hair needs. And she'll be basically doing the same thing at this location. She'll be seeing people by appointment. Maybe 1 or 2 to start, and hopefully down the road, more business.
And have you talked to your neighbors?
I haven't talked to neighbors there since there's a shopping center, commercial shopping center next door. They also have a barber shop. And across the street, there's another shopping center. They also have a beauty salon and a hair salon. But there's 2 shopping centers to the right, as you can see on the map of the building. There's an empty lot. It's about 11 acres or something like that, but it's unimproved at this time.
Well, thank you. Just have a seat and we'll hear from your opposition.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Robinson, and I live within 1,000 feet of this potential place that he's talking about, which is a house and very unkept. It's run down. But my concern is that there at the shopping center, there's a salon there. Across the street is a salon. Right down the street is a barber and salon. So with all of those that's in that vicinity, right there on Powder Spring Road, I can't visualize why do we need to take a house and make it a salon if it's one person and you thinking of building a clientele. And we have all that available in that neighborhood. It's a very congested area anyway, but I'm against that happening.
Okay.
I'm a stylist as well as an educator, and I do know that with that, you would have more than one stylist, because with that size property, if you improve it, the 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 wise thing is it's going to expand. So I'm against that happening this time.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing portion is closed. It's back to this board.
Thanks, Judy. Okay, I think I'll address some of Ms. Robertson's concerns to start with. While this was built as a house sometime many years ago, I don't know what year, but a long time ago, it was rezoned to commercial use. And it currently has a commercial use where they could put offices and things like that in it. So it hasn't been able to be used as a house for a long time. So basically, they're asking to change from one commercial use to another commercial use. It really wouldn't be reasonable to force them to go back to having it be a house. It's not set up for that, and it's on Powder Springs Road, you know, next to a shopping center, across the street from a shopping center and other commercial uses. So that's really not possible. As far as whether you need another salon or not, we're really not allowed to discriminate and say we have too many gas stations here, we have too many fast foods here, we have too many X here, and the same would apply for salons. That's just not something we can really do, as I understand it, under Georgia law to do that. So I appreciate you coming out on that. But it does, you know, we really have to look at whether this kind of small retail use is appropriate or not with its location on Powder Springs Road. And if there's any reason to keep it from being a salon and make it stay an office, essentially. And I don't know if anybody else up here will feel different, but I don't see a reason why a salon would be any more impactful to the community than an office, a professional office with,
Especially one.
with this. There's now a couple other things that we discussed at the work session is this little piece of R20 just to the north is a old cemetery. And this Cobb County Cemetery Preservation had some comments of things they'd like to see done. And I think when you look at this house on the property and those comments, they don't really match, given that a lot of what they want to have done is already paved, or there's a house where they want to have a buffer put and things like that. And it's a relatively small old cemetery. So I think putting up a fence is reasonable. You know, looking for grave sites on this property, which has been paved over and used for commercial and residential for decades, I don't think really makes sense. I would have hoped they would have found them before now if they exist. So I don't want to make the applicant go to all that expense of getting that special kind of survey done on the property. I also don't think, given that the cemetery's treed and that it really makes sense to make them put a buffer to it at this point for this low impact use. And what I'm looking at instead of NRC is LRC, which is a limited retail commercial, so that it's a less impactful use, so that we won't end up with some, you know, more intense commercial use in the future. And that's looking at adjusting that. The site plan calls for them to put in a commercial driveway instead of this residential driveway, meaning it allows for traffic coming in and going out at the same time, and to put in some parking, which would be put in front of the house. The, and there's standards for how they do that. The site plan they provided will have to be adjusted to move that parking a little further away from the road so that people can get in without there being a car backing up or something. And they'll work with DOT on that. As far as the cemetery preservation, the survey, I don't think is really necessary, given how this land's all cleared. And that I would say fencing along the property line's good. I can't see making them put in a 20-foot buffer to this cemetery. But I would like to see the wrought iron style fencing on this front portion where people are actually going to see, and it's going to be to the parking lot versus just some chain link. They'll have to remove the existing pavement and landscape or put grass or something like that. That way, when they add the new parking lot in front, they aren't increasing their impervious surface. Otherwise, you get into having to do stormwater management and a whole lot of things that you don't want to get into that would be costly. Because I know the applicant asked me, do I have to remove all that old pavement? And the answer is it's going to be a lot cheaper for you to remove that, I think, than deal with what stormwater management would make you do. Are there any questions anybody has before I make a motion?
No, I think y'all agree.
Okay. Sure.
I saw the analysis only required 9 parking spaces. They're showing 10 on the plan. Would they be able to? And I'm wondering if I think the square footage on the site plan is a little bit less than what the staff used, so they might be able to do 8, which would help with that.
Yeah, and that may be, because sometimes, and I forget if I looked at that or not, I don't have my notes, is sometimes on houses that have been changed from residential use to commercial use, the tax assessor will put in the total square footage, including a basement, as the square footage, because they put it in their commercial system versus their residential system. So you may be right that maybe you don't need 10 parking spaces, so that may be something that would help. Yeah, maybe we could put at plan review, the number of required parking spaces can be reviewed based on the finished area. That's a good thought. Thanks, Andy. Anything else before I?
How long are you gonna give them to clean this side up?
A lot of that stuff's gone that we see on there.
Is it? Okay.
It didn't look horrible to me at the time I went out. Now, they need to paint the trim on the house and all of that they do to get ready for their business. And I'm assuming you'll paint and clean up the house to get ready. I don't know. If you feel like we need some kind of timeline, we can put it.
Most of it's gone, if the cars are gone and all.
Yeah, I didn't see those cars back there in that when I visited the site.
Okay. That was my only concern.
Yep. Okay.
There's no special sign restriction.
Yeah, they just follow the normal sign ordinance. Okay. I'll make a motion regarding Z10 that we recommend deletion to LRC, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received December 3rd, 2019 with the following modifications. Delete the 20-foot buffer to the Hardage Family Cemetery. Adjustments required by DOT to move the parking lot further from the right-of-way. And determination of the number of spaces needed at plan review. And then modifications to the cemetery preservation comments as follows. Delete number 1 in its entirety. That was a survey. Item number 2, change fencing to be placed along the property line. They wanted the buffer, then the fencing, but we're deleting the buffer. Item number 3, wrought iron style fencing to be used for the 102.5-foot section to the north. The height of the wrought iron fencing may be reduced to 5 foot, which is more common in that kind of fencing. Existing pavement to be removed and replaced with landscaping or grass. Salon or professional office use only. The district commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that increase the overall building square footage, cause a reduction in the size of a buffer, change that is in conflict with an express stipulation or condition of zoning, or requires a variance or violates Cobb County ordinance. And I was gonna put it on the BOC, but on the consent agenda, but we had some opposition. So why don't we put it on the consent, and if the opposition wants to come, or do you want to leave it off? Okay, John says leave it off, so we're not putting it on the consent. So that's our motion.
Do you have a motion? Do we have a second? Second. Call the question. That's approved 5-0.
Put that off, right?
Yeah, don't put it on.
Don't put it.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z13, Arturo Martinez, request a rezoning from PSC to NRC for the purpose of a church in land lot 190 of the 18th District. The property is located at the southwest intersection of Maplewood Parkway and Boggs Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z13? 2. The record show there's 2 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon. My name's Taylor Pound. I'm with Hughes Ray Company. We're a civil engineering, land surveying, and landscape architecture company located at 6554 Church Street in Douglasville, Georgia. I'm here today representing Arturo Martinez and the Rock of Salvation Church. Also with me today is Chris Redmond, who's the architect for the project. So if there's any questions related to building, I will defer those to him, if that's okay with you all. Our subject properties are located at 6170, 6190 Mapleton Parkway, and 529 Boggs Road, approximately 6.24 total acres. We're currently seeking rezoning from PSC, or Planned Shopping Center, to NRC, which is Neighborhood Retail Center, not because of an unallowed use, but simply because Planned Shopping Center in this district is not allowed per the code. I believe that's section 134.225-1, which is ultimately pushing my client into rezoning. It's our understanding that churches or places of worship are allowed in all zoning categories in Cobb County. So really just going through the process today with you all. Please note that our properties are within the Neighborhood Activity Center for the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan, and that the requested rezoning category of NRC is consistent with the comprehensive category. The property adjacent to the south is zoned general commercial, and the adjacent property to the west is currently zoned Planned Shopping Center as well, which is the same as ours today. There is another church to the north of us across Boggs Road. Our client, as well as the design team, myself and Chris, are aware that our property is within the Mableton Parkway Overlay District. And we do feel it is our intent to meet all the rules and regulations of the Cobb County ordinance, as well as the Overlay District design standards. The church itself is expected to be roughly 22,000 square feet and fit approximately 940 church members and guests. The current site plan reflects 250 parking spaces, which does meet the 1 per 4 seats that I believe I've read in the code. We do expect multiple connections, one on Boggs Road as well as one onto Mableton Parkway. We have worked with and been in with conversation and worked with Georgia Department of Transportation on fitting that driveway there on Mableton Parkway where they want to. I know they were trying to align it with the driveway across the street. So those conversations have been had, and we will continue to seek their approval through this permitting process. So I'm up here today basically just asking for the Planning Commission's approval for this. I hope you see it as I do, that this is basically just an unfortunate event of me kind of being in an old zoning classification and trying to bring these subject properties up to date, as well as provide a new home for the Rock of Salvation Church. They're currently about a half mile to a mile north in a shopping center. They're excited to get some property of their own and build this and really become, I guess, sink their roots and become part of this community down here. So I guess I do have some elevations. It's my understanding that Commissioner Galt has not seen these elevations, so I wanted to put these up there. And like I said, Chris is with me here to answer any questions related to the building. And that's all I got.
All right, thank you. You can just have a seat. We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
My name is Robin Meyer, and I'm the chairman of the zoning committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. And we would ask that you recommend approval of this application to the Board of Commissioners with some conditions, however. We would appreciate the requirement for a landscape review committee to be composed of the representatives from the church, from the Mableton Improvement Coalition, and the Community Development Department, similar to what we've seen on other zoning applications. We would also underscore the importance that the architecture meet the requirements of the Mableton Parkway Design Guidelines. We also ask that you require that the current structures on the property be demolished within 120 days of approval by the BOC. We believe from talking with the applicant that that's their intention, but we would just like to get that in writing, shall we say. We suggest that that any recommendation for zoning be accompanied by a stipulation that the property will be used as a church only. If that were not the case, if that condition were not attached to the approval, then we would ask for the usual list of prohibited uses, since this is going to a commercial zoning category. And we've met with the applicant. We appreciate the work that they've done on this project, and we're certainly looking forward to, as the congregation is, to them having a permanent home in Mableton. But we would like to see a full site plan with dimensions that show all the important aspects of the site. This latest one that was on the screen has a detention pond added, but the dumpster and the dumpster enclosure are not indicated. And from where I sat, I couldn't see for sure that the 10-foot multi-purpose trail was on this version of the site plan, although it was referenced in our conversation with the applicant, and I believe they intend to install it. I understand that there may be some conversation about allowing a payment in lieu of the trail being installed, but this is a pretty big piece of property, a significant piece of property. While there is all that work underway along the shoulder to put the driveway access in, it simply makes sense to go ahead and put the trail in then. So in summary, I guess we hope that your recommendation will bring this church to us soon. We just would need a few conditions to make sure that it turns out as I think we all envision it. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing is closed. It's back to this board.
Thanks, Judy. And looking at this, there's a few issues. There's still some site plan issues. One being that the entrance on Boggs Road needs to move further from Mapleton Parkway so that DOT wants at least 250 feet so that they can have full access in there. Otherwise, they want that to be right in, right out only, which would make it tough for people coming off of Mapleton Parkway that way to get into the church. So we kind of go to one way into the church for the most part because Boggs Road's just back in a subdivision. So I think we need to make that change. The property to the west is zoned PSC, but used residentially as it pretty much always has been. I think that, I'm not sure when the PSC zoning came, whether that was applied for at some point, or if that was just a 1972, put on this piece of property at the time. But I would anticipate that with this property, this portion of that whole PSC site being used for a church, that the PSC would probably remain residential, may get redeveloped so that it's a large tract, so you could put some type of residential use in there, but I doubt you'll see a commercial use go in there. So I think adding a 20-foot landscape buffer to the western property line makes sense, since it is a residential use. There'll be some adjustments probably for DOT comments, especially moving that Boggs Road. Like to see the location of the dumpster put on here in dumpster enclosure. The footprint of the building as shown on here, and also I think pretty much what I'm seeing in the renderings, doesn't match the design guidelines. The design guidelines call for no more than 100 feet of a building linear until you have to have some type of recess, and it spells out how big that recess has to be, or projection out, so that we don't get these long buildings like this appears to be. The design guidelines also call for predominantly brick building with 25% stacked stone or stucco. And the renderings didn't provide that either. I know they tried to use maybe, some kind of awnings coming out to give an effect, but that's not what the design guidelines are looking for a call for. They're talking about the actual building coming out, the whole thing, not just, something coming off of the building. So for me, at this point, I think we're a little too premature. I think they need to go back and polish up the site plan a little bit, get that resolved, but also, bring us some elevations that are going to be in adherence to the design guidelines. So for that reason, I'd like to hold this till our March hearing.
Can you make a motion?
I'll make a motion we hold till our March hearing.
Okay, we had a motion for hold. Have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Call the question? And that's approved 5-0 to hold it.
Okay, rezoning case Z15, Morgan House PCH LLC, request rezoning from NRC to NRC for the purpose of a personal care home in land lot 588 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Chesterfield Drive and on the east side of Canton Road. The representative is present, and earlier there were 15 people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Thank you. Beyond the corridor. It's why we put him on the end. We ready?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Again, for the record, my name's Garvis Sams, the law firm of Sams, Larkin and Huff, and I represent Morgan House PCH, Personal Care Home LLC, concerning this application. There were 15 people here in opposition, so let me start by saying I don't necessarily think that represents opposition as much as it does neighborhood solidarity. Of course, the people that are going to speak will do so, but I think you'll see that we're much closer, if not totally, on board from both camps with this. The property at issue here, you've seen before, many of you. This is a 1.67 acre tract of land. As you can see, it's on the eastern side of Canton Road, if you look north-south orientation. It's also at an intersection with Canton Road and Chesterfield Drive, but it's not really an intersection because Chesterfield Drive has a blockade or an iron blockade at the end of it that was put there years ago. I'm assuming at the time that Canton Road widening and the operational improvements were made to that corridor. It's just south of the Cherokee Cattle Company, for those of you that are familiar with the eateries in that part of the world. You may have seen this because I handled a rezoning on this back in 2008. The entirety of the site was rezoned for the purposes of a retail shopping center. Well, we all know what happened in 2008 and the subsequent couple of years. The market went down. The developer, commercial developer at that time, did not close on the property, and so it is laying undeveloped. It's a residential home, and it's been there ever since. We did come back in 2010 to ask that we utilize it for office, or the clients at that time, to utilize it for office purposes, and showed a parking lot and then a driveway out to Canton Road to an existing curb cut that's out there. But then those clients didn't close on the property either, that being 2010, and I'm just assuming that perhaps financial things didn't line up for that particular applicant. And that was, by the way, another business application. So the property's been sitting there all this time. For the most part, no one's been in it. So it's laying idle and unutilized. My client came to see me in the fall, November of this past year, to represent her. And she owns 4 other personal care homes within the eastern and northeastern part of Cobb County, which I'll get into in just a minute. What we've done here is not repeat the past, but revisited the past. When back in 2008, when I rezoned this for the shopping center, David Petit, who is here today, and was also the founder of the Northeast Cobb Homeowners Group. That's sort of over a period of time dissolved, but he was the founder and he was the principal negotiator with representing the neighbors along Rosedale, Chesterfield, and Jewel Drive, where Mr. Petit himself lives. So he's been instrumental in helping bring the neighbors to the table in terms of talking, and selflessly has acted as a conduit between me and the neighbors. And then we've had some other conversations myself, one-on-one with them. But and then also on the other side of the coin, but still in a protective type of circumstances, Carol Brown of the Canton Road Neighbors, representing her entity, which after Canton Road obviously looks out after the interests of the entirety of the corridor, or certainly this part of it as well. In short, we are agreeable. You've gotten letters from Mr. Petit, you've gotten letters from an individual property owner within the subdivision that's within eyesight of this property, and you've gotten letters from Carol Brown, Madam Chair, and I've had some extensive conversations, as well as the district commissioner. We're essentially in agreement on all their points, and their main point
and it's depicted on this because this shows the phase two. Right now, what we plan is to utilize the existing structure for 9 residents. Phase two would be an implementation of an expansion of the footprint for utilization of that for 24 residents. But, and we filed, you see you've got in your package of information 2 site plans, one that shows the as-built of the houses there, and then this one which shows the, going into phase two. And the reason I'm showing this one is because it shows the manner in which we can connect to Canton Road. So we're agreeable to having no access to Chesterfield Drive, doing away with the driveway that services the property off of Chesterfield Drive, having our sole point of ingress and egress off of Canton Road. There's a median, so we agree to right in, right out, because we can't break through the median anyway. But it makes sense. If you've ever come out of Cherokee Cattle Company and tried to make a left turn going south back towards Marietta, even that, it's a permitted turn, but it's problematic. It's dangerous. There's no storage lane in the middle, so if you get a gap, great, but you better get it on both sides. You better have plenty of coverage. So it makes sense, even if there wasn't a median here, to have right in, right out because of the site or lack of site distance for this area. The entirety of this property is within a neighborhood activity center, and it's a big, this is all one residential tract, so it's a big piece of property, considering it's a subdivided lot. And I say that because we have plenty of room to be able to construct the parking lot and the driveway going back out to Canton, number one. And number two, there's a good amount of separation, and some of the folks here in either solidarity or opposition will probably show you some photographs of the homes in the area. Most of them ranch style, very nicely kept. One of the people that will speak has built a new home in the subdivision, and it's very attractive, very, very nice. And obviously, everyone that was here today, the 15 people and all the other people have a vested interest. As most of you know by now, at least in terms of my stipulation letter, Morgan House is in the business of owning, managing, operating, ongoing. She doesn't flip these personal care homes throughout unincorporated Cobb County. She has one on Ebenezer Road, one on Blackwell Road, one on Sandy Plains Road, and one on Morgan Road, which is the namesake of the corporation. Each personal care home is properly entitled. It meets with all the standards of the state of Georgia. And if you think your rules and regulations are, well, not onerous, but perhaps strict, the ones for the state of Georgia are onerous. I mean, you know, obviously you have to do fire suppression and start to say irrigation, and sprinkle the whole project, and it has to be ADA compliant as well. But then there's even more overlays for the state of Georgia too. So we're asking that it be rezoned specifically for this purpose, personal care home. We're not asking for any other uses of the property. We are asking that it be rezoned from conditional NRC to conditional NRC. And the reason for that is there's been a suggestion of LRC, and certainly that's appropriate for a personal care home. You see where that diagonal line is that bifurcates the property. Everything south of that, that would be phase 3 if she gets to that. But I don't mind coming back. We don't mind coming back for that as an other business application, but I'd hate to see the NRC designation taken away from a piece of property that's stepped up already. But I mean, of course, you'll use your discretion in that respect. But there is a suggestion for LRC on the northern part, and certainly we're fine with that. This is what my client does. This will have resident lounges, pedestrian connectivity for those residents who are ambulatory, internet access, organized resident activities. Susan of Morgan House, she takes in, and Wellstar will verify this, but she takes in at least 2 residents per personal care home on a pro bono basis. She's historically done that. I tell you that to show you she's a generous person, but it's also a part of her business model. And the Wellstar folks will call on her from time to time when there's an indigent set of circumstances. And I know that's self-congratulatory, but nevertheless, that's her commitment to the community within which she lives. We're agreeable to all DOT recommendations and comments, stormwater management comments and recommendations, which won't go into effect until phase 2, this actual expansion of the footprint is done. because, unless we disturb 5,000 square feet. But I figure we take out the existing driveway, we put in the new one, we can stay under the 5,000 square foot threshold. So we've agreed to the submission of a landscape plan with there to be a landscape oversight committee, a representative of Jewel Drive and David Petit's folks, CRN, Canton Road Neighbors, and us with the district commissioner being the final arbiter. So that is what we're asking for. I've got 3 seconds, so we respectfully request that you approve this as submitted.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Again, my name is David Poteet, and I'm kind of representing the neighborhood as a whole, the Marietta Kent Road subdivision on this. I'm going to generalize what we're looking for, and then we're going to have Carla Bass, who lives behind it, speak more in detail. But I'd like to thank the members of the Cobb County Planning Commission for reading our emails as well as your time here today. We appreciate that very much. I'd also like to thank Garvis Sams. This is our my third go-around with Garvis on the same piece of property. We also worked out one on Cherokee Cattle Company. We want to make it a win-win for business, but a win for our neighborhood and the homes behind it also. That's always our goal in that neighborhood. As I said, this is my third time around with this. As Mr. Sams said, 2008, that development never happened. Then again in 2010, and the other business item that came in, that never happened. So we had 2 times where we went through all this and it never happened. Not his fault, but nobody ever developed it. So we don't want to go through this again is the bottom line. And in those 2008 and 2010, as you know on your paperwork from previous zoning and other business, you can see the heavy steps that we put on this piece of property, and that's critical to us. What we have seen are changes on the building there in the last few months that were not permitted to take place, and that gives us concern. That's why I mention it, and makes everyone in the neighborhood concerned. And we notified Cobb County Development and Inspections. They did a great job coming out, put a stop work order on it. Didn't matter. Work continued, sometimes late into the mornings, late at night. So work did continue. And again, it's just a matter of trust. But we still know this is a commercial property. We understand it's going to be developed. Something's going to happen to it. So we want to work out the best possible win-win situation for us as well as the person that's bought the property. With that said, just touching on some of the things Mr. Sams had talked about, we thank DOT for making that happen on Canton Road, the Canton Road access. That took away a big, big barrier coming through our neighborhood. So thank you for that. But we'd like the only ingress egress to be on Canton Road. No ways in our neighborhood streets, our neighborhood at all. That includes employees, emergency vehicles, deliveries, whatever it might be, visitors, no access to our neighborhood whatsoever. And that must be completed, that entrance, before a CO, certificate of occupancy, be given to the people because of, again, lack of trust of what we've had so far. Also asked for buffers and planning, so some have already been previously established, but we like the idea of having a committee make that happen. We'd also like to have that happen before a CO is given, and we'd like it on the entire piece of property, because eventually, if that's developed, we'd have a buffer in place for everything and all the people. It could happen in a week, it could happen in 5-10 years, we don't know, but this way we're safe. We'd also like to see the entire property deleted to LRC. We think that would still give them good use on the property. It's surrounded on 3 parts by neighborhoods, and those houses are well kept. If you've been through the neighborhood, you can see that. We're a proud neighborhood. We have less than 10% rental. We have new young homeowners coming in. I'm the old guy in the neighborhood now. It's kind of weird, but I like that we get new young couples coming in and improving the homes, and that's what's critical. We have a neighborhood watch. We're well established as a group, as you can see today. And so we'd like you to consider my comments today, as well as Carla Bass, who will follow, and Carol Brown, and consider all those. We want this to work for everybody. Sorry talking so fast. I just didn't want to be the one talking the whole time.
Thank you, Dave.
Hi, my name's Carla Bass, and I think you might be familiar with the very detailed email I sent about a week and a half ago, so I'm going to try to condense what I was going to say so it's not too repetitive for you all. That first picture is my house and in relation to the Morgan house, the proposed property that's going to be turned into a personal care home. So I just want to show that as the proximity and why this is so impactful on my family in particular. The next one is, yeah, there you go. So that's actually just the street in front of my house. That's Jewel Drive. And I thought that was important to show because the streets, while they're well maintained and recently paved, there are no sidewalks. So that's why it is so important, I think, to have just access in and off Canton Road, just for purposes of like, you know, walking your dog or just walking on the street in general. People already during high traffic times, they come in off Hiawassee and they shoot all the way down Jewel Drive as it is. I can just imagine what the traffic uptick would be if there was no, if they still had access to the neighborhood. The next picture is, that's actually just off my back deck and just in, again, relation to the home, but this is more about just illustrating the point of why I think we need a buffer zone with the trees specifically. And actually, if you could go to the next one. That's just a different angle. So I know that there's a proposed future development. And so that gives me pause because of how David mentioned the things that have already been going on. I have concern if a buffering zone is not established before they start to operate, and pending any sale or redevelopment, what does that look like, and what am I going to have to do to sort of police what's happening as far as protecting my backyard, the use of my home, the noise, safety concerns, you know, all of those things. There's a few specific things that I'd just like to mention that I don't think anyone has, and that's just like, we would ask that all deliveries be made between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., that if there's a dumpster placed, it's on the west side of the property, near the proposed parking lot, and, let's see. Oh, and also, I think that this was already agreed upon, but just that it be only used as a personal care home, no usage as a possible group home, or basically any other type of business in that location. As far as the future development, we are requesting that it be deleted to LRC, kind of for the same reasons of just protecting the neighborhood and having some sort of input into what goes in there. I would ask that any sale or different development from what we have seen would come back before the commission, and so everyone would have a fair chance to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
Afternoon, Carol Bryan with Canton Road Neighbors. I just wanted to reinforce everything that David Petit and Ms. Bass have said. Obviously, it's a very challenging site because of it's surrounded by very viable residential properties. And NRC, as you all know, has become very expansive. I mean, it allows all kinds of things that really don't belong next to a residential neighborhood. And therefore, we would ask that you delete the entire 1.67 acres to LRC. It appears that the property is going to be subdivided if it hasn't already. The southern section also should be LRC, and we would just ask that you impose a use of LRC on the entire property, and at such time as that somebody comes in and purchases it and applies for any kind of a permit, that should trigger an other business hearing with the Board of Commissioners so that they can present you with a site plan and a proposed use, and it will also present the community with any opportunity to comment. Also, the buffer should not be optional. If they had established that in 2010, we wouldn't be having this discussion. It's a 20-foot buffer with, to achieve a visual screening 100% within 2 years. Trees need to be 6 feet within 2 years, and the trees at planting are supposed to be about 5 feet high. So I just think that for the people that live there and have been through this multiple times, we would just ask that you please give consideration to their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? There's like 22 seconds. Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing portion is closed, and it's back to this board. And this is my case, so if y'all would allow me, I'll start with saying, this is a really nice neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that the houses have been well kept, and young people are coming in and redoing them, and they're on large lots, large ranch, brick ranch homes, so it's very nice. The county did come through it when they did the widening of Canton Road and closed Chesterfield Road up here, and they also, on the other side would be where the parking is, the additional parking for Cherokee cattle, so it makes sense that you wouldn't have any access on to Chesterfield, so talking to DOT at first was not agreeable, then DOT came up that they would allow them to have access onto Canton Road with a 35-foot radius. Is it 35 or 36? Amy, come on. I always get those radiuses mixed up.
Amy Diaz, DOT. So we were always okay with them having an access onto Canton Road. It was just that at the Phase 1 level, which is pretty low volume, we were all right traffic-wise with it accessing Chesterfield. But in coordination with the neighbors, they have moved to Canton Road, and that is fine with us. The issue that we have in our comments is the decel lane, which would normally be recommended. We have talked to GDOT, and they are all right with us. The recommendation as we've set it up, which is they put in the improved radius for Phase 1 and then put in the deceleration lane for Phase 2.
Okay, so we'll have the radius for Phase 1 and then decel for Phase 2.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Amy. So that was a big proponent, portion of the neighborhood didn't want the traffic to come all the way in and then around Jewel Drive and then up Chesterfield. So we had to work with that. The use is sort of low-key for what it's currently zoned. She plans to keep 9 people as a personal care home. When I've been out there several different times, it does look like that they've made improvements or have been working on the structure, probably at the garage. It looks like they've been enclosing the garage or something like that. But I haven't seen any activity lately, so. Garvis, I have one question, if you would come up, please.
May I just follow up on that code enforcement issue?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. She came to us right after she received the notice of violation from the Cobb County Code Enforcement Division. And once we opened the file about a week later, I sent a letter to code enforcement, and this is what we typically, I say we, it's what's typically done with code enforcement cases that go to an entitlement type of venue, whether it's a variance or Board of Zoning Appeals. It's a letter that confirms that the county will hold code enforcement proceedings in abeyance rather than going, for whatever reason, code enforcement division manager got the letter, but the solicitor's office didn't find out about it. So here's what happened. Susan was stopped for a California rolling stop at a stop sign. She hadn't shown up in court. The word never got to the solicitor. She was arrested on a bench warrant on New Year's Eve. So yeah, there were code enforcement, but what it was enclosing the garage, starting on the irrigation, sprinkler system, and she stopped, but her contractors did not. And so she's guilty of that. There's no question about it. We have a court date on February the 20th. Hopefully, oh, if this can get entitled, then we'll have answers for the solicitor's office. But I just wanted you to explain that, I wanted to explain that she's not out there working to fly in the face of what's going to be her neighbors. Now, you had a question, I'm sorry.
Thank you for clarifying that and telling us what she really got stopped for and that she really got a bench warrant. Thank you for clarifying that.
She was working.
But she was working. She knew that she had this on her mind. Garvis, I had a question. On your letter of January the 10th, did you have another letter after January the 10th?
No, because I've talked with both Mr. Petit and Ms. Brown and met with you and the commissioner. So I didn't, because when we finally reached conclusions, it was after the deadline. But I'm agreeable with everything that I've said, which coincides with what they've said as far as I know. So there's
Okay.
just the one stip letter.
And the other question I have, and I can't read it, and I'll probably turn around there, is what's the date on that site plan?
They were both. Both site plans were submitted concurrently. Both site plans were submitted concurrently with the application for rezoning. So you can go with that date, or you can go with October the 2nd, 2019. So that would have been right before we met the November deadline.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Garvis.
Yes, ma'am.
Then those are my comments, and I think Garvis alluded to, he was agreeable to most of the conditions.
I think it was agreeable to everything he said.
Everything that Garvis said he was agreeable to.
I think I'm agreeable to everything. I guess we'll find out when I get home tonight if I really am or not.
All right, thank you, Garvis.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, before I make a motion, anyone else have a comment?
You want to go first? Okay, there's a couple things. Did we want to have any kind of tighter controls on construction hours on this? I was just wondering, you may
I
have.
hadn't made a motion yet.
Well, why don't I just wait?
You might want to make your comments after I make the motion.
Okay.
But I'm gonna put some hours on there. Yes.
As long as we have Garvis up here, and I apologize for not knowing the details of this, but where do you stand on, and let me preface this by just saying, one of your partners taught me, like the first lesson I ever obtained up here, which is that the importance of visual screens. Where do you stand on any additional visual screening between the structure and a couple of these very nice homes behind it?
We've agreed to it, and we're even fine with having that implemented, Commissioner, prior to the issuance of a CO on the site. It's gonna, if we get entitled at this and the BOC level, then it's about they never really tell you, but it's about a 2-month process to get through the state of Georgia for their approvals. So we're fine with implementing that. In fact, the stip letter sets up a landscape oversight committee consisting of Mr. Petit, Ms. Brown, and of course with the district commissioner making the final decisions. I would just ask that the plantings be just arborist recommended. If the way the LOC is set up, it's got the arbiter is the community development agency director, but Commissioner Burrow would always be the final stop if there's an impasse. As far as construction hours, obviously, if Commissioner Smith, if you have some suggestions on construction hours, whatever.
I'm going to leave that up to.
Oh, okay, well, I mean, that's fine with us.
Any other questions? It's back to me, and I'm going to make a motion. First of all, I'm going to recommend that we delete the site to LRC, Limited Retail Commercial. The reason being is because of all the residential around it. And that I do realize that phase 1 probably is the one they're going to use the most, and phase 2 might never happen, but in case it does, we would like a little bit stricter regulations on it. This would be subject to this staff comments and recommendation, fire, water, sewer, stormwater management, Cobb DOT. Subject to Garvis's letter of January the 10th, 2020, as he's outlining about the landscape committee and the landscape plan, the final approval on that landscape plan by the district commissioner. The site plan submitted that's dated October the 2nd, 2019, that shows the access to Canton Road only.
And that's fine with Canton Road. There's two site plans, one that just shows the as-built structure with access onto Chesterfield, but obviously, we've gone beyond that.
We've gone beyond that, yeah. And I'm fixing to address the Chesterfield. So the access on phase one would be to Canton Road only, that's per the DOT agreement. The driveway that's currently existing on Chesterfield would be taken up, and there wouldn't be no access onto Chesterfield Drive at all.
Yes, ma'am.
And they were agreeable, y'all were agreeable to that.
Yes, ma'am.
The landscape plan we've already talked about, which would go down the property line, the whole property. Phase one and phase two would be the landscape plan. This would be for a personal care home only. The phase two would have to come back to the district commissioner for approval. The dumpster pickup would be limited from 7 to 7, the hours of 7 to 7 for dumpster pickup. The hours of operation for the personal care home, it's hard to put a time on a personal care home.
It's
hours.
24/7, I mean.
You know, if somebody gets sick, you're gonna have to have somebody, you know, so I'm leery of putting the dumpster, I understand, but the hours of operation for the personal care home, I'm having a little bit of a problem of what hours would I put on them, because you never know.
I think Ms. Bass was asking you to put hours of deliveries on there, and what she suggested is fine with us.
7 to 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so hours of delivery, 7 to 7 dumpsters. Okay, and dumpsters to be enclosed on the side of where the parking is, away from the residents. I don't think I'm missing anything. I think I've covered everything. We've got the landscaping, we've got the landscaping committee, we've deleted it to LRC. We have the dumpster to be enclosed on the side of where the paid parking, no access to Chesterfield. The landscaping to be completed before phase two comes in. Access on Canton Road. So I think I hit everything, unless y'all think I missed something.
Well, maybe the landscape not tied to phase two.
Do what now?
Oh, do you want to do a second for discussion?
I have a first. Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
So one question might be having the landscape tied to CO and, you know, in phase one as opposed to the phase two.
Landscaping to be approved
and completed before a CO is issued or whatever for phase one.
For phase one. The landscaping be completed before COs are issued on phase one.
And then I was wondering if it was the intent that this would be built access through Chesterfield, or whether they're going to close that when they start construction and access construction from Canton Road.
Well, right now, part of the stipulations was they would close Chesterfield, so they wouldn't have access to Chesterfield. So they'd
For
have
the
to build.
construction?
For the construction, so they'd have to build their access point on Canton Road.
So
'Cause
no
we've been
construction
doing
access through
on
Chesterfield.
We don't want any traffic coming in on Chesterfield.
I guess they would have to build the access by accessing from Chesterfield.
Any?
I got a couple things. One is, since the dumpster enclosure is going to sit essentially in front of the house, I would ask maybe for brick facing or some type, maybe the landscape review committee could review the design of that, you know, and that it be aesthetically appealing of some type.
Yeah, I put enclosed, but it could be a brick enclosure, and they could add that to their landscaping.
Right, instead of just a concrete block enclosure that's not going to look good. The other thing I wanted to make sure it's stated, I didn't quite read it in DOT comments, although it seemed like the intent, that there'll only be one curb cut for this entire site.
Yeah, I think we covered that in the Cobb DOT. Amy covered that in the Cobb DOT.
Okay, that covered, I may have missed it trying to read it quickly.
Yeah, she covered that in the Cobb DOT.
I want to make sure that. And you do have it, that they're coming back for any changes.
Yeah,
for
district
phase
commissioner would
two.
have to approve any, for phase two, the final site plan for phase two. And district commissioner, minor modifications.
Okay, I just wonder if you want to have them come back through other business for phase two so that there's a public hearing on it.
We could have it come back, since we don't know the building, so we could have it come back. Phase two would be coming back as other business item at such time. It's my understanding phase 2 is probably 7 to 10 years off, but,
So phase 3 would be 7 to 10 years off on the southernmost portion. Phase 2, you actually saw on the site plan, which is an extension of the existing footprint.
so phase 3 then would come back as other business item.
That's what, my understanding of where you and Commissioner Burrow were going with it, but
Yeah,
that-
that's where we were going.
it's up to you.
Okay, so I think that covers everything. So that would be my motion. We have the second. Call the question. Yeah, Andy had second.
Oh, gotcha.
So that is approved 5-0. And given those, all those stipulations, does anybody have any objection putting it on the consent agenda?
The applicant doesn't.
Thank you, God. I'm looking at the opposition. I gave them everything they wanted, so I'm not really sure.
See, now this, DOT stip said that phase 2 requires the decel. I think
Right.
that should be phase 3.
Okay, we'll leave it then, we won't put it on the consent agenda. All right, so that's approved 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Apropos of nothing, I thought Mr. Jason Gaines acquitted himself very well under Mr. Beloin's withering cross-examination this morning.
Well, I did impose his sentence on him.
Okay, rezoning case Z17, Arpit Patel requests a rezoning from LRC to NRC for the purpose of a convenience store at fuel sales in land lots T74 and 303 of the 17th District. The property is located at the southwest corner of Wendy Hill Road and Benson Pool Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z17? Two. Let the record show there's 2 people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Parks Huff with the law firm of Sams Larkin and Huff, and I represent Mr. Patel in relation to this rezoning application that's before you this afternoon. Going to walk through several issues related to the location of the property and the context of the property in relation to the existing zoning, the future land use map, and the roadway structures. They're very important in how the staff reviewed the application. The property sits at the intersection of Windy Hill Road and Benson Pool Road. That's a signalized intersection. A very important fact to note is that it is a signalized intersection. Another important fact to consider is the fact that Windy Hill Road is 35,000 cars a day on the road. This road traffic is tied to an arterial road path that connects Paulding County all the way to 75. It was included in the Windy Mac extension, and then now they're making significant improvements on Windy Hill Road as it goes from South Cobb Drive to Atlanta Road, and then they're going to be making significant improvements to Windy Hill Road at 41. So that's just to point out that this arterial road is an important route for the traveling public and is not going to do nothing but increase in terms of traffic volume. The property sits at the southwest corner. At the northwest corner is a Citgo station. At the northeast corner of that same signalized intersection is a Chevron station, and at the southeastern corner is the redevelopment of an apartment complex at the Smyrna Grove subdivision. And I've heard from some concerns from them, and I believe they're probably the people that are here with questions and concerns about the case. Couple things that I wanted to note about it is the fact that there is a grade difference between their development and our development. It almost creates a natural berm as you come up the hill from Windy Hill from South Cobb Drive, and there's a tree bank behind it, and I'm going to show you a little bit of that in a second. The property is currently zoned LRC. In the corner on the north side is zoned general commercial. We're seeking to go to NRC. do want to note that, again, I sound like a broken record, the signalized intersection is very important in considering the intensity of the uses at it. So you're talking about signalized intersection of a very heavily traveled arterial road. NRC makes sense from a planning perspective. Just wanted to make that point there. The land use plan has this whole corridor, this section going north and south is the neighborhood activity center. It's also important to note as you go further west on Windy Hill Road, there picks up another activity center there. So this is a kind of an area, I would predict that over time those two activity centers will merge, because I think the residential that faces Windy Hill Road probably will convert to different type uses. This is a couple of things that are important to consider when you look at the case. As you're looking north, that signal at the top of the hill there is Benson Pool Road. And so the trees on the opposite side of that would be where the site we're talking about. And then the trees on the closer and left-hand side is kind of the berm that's created by, that was shown in that aerial photograph. So you can see the homes sit low. You have this naturalized berm. The signalized intersection is high. And then we're on the opposite side of that signalized intersection. Now, I understand the residents of that community that's been recently redeveloped has been very successful. It's the highest price selling subdivision in the area. And I understand their concerns about the proposed use. But I also want to point out that the Citgo station sits just across the other side of the road. Distance-wise, it's maybe 30 feet difference between those two uses. And so obviously their neighborhood sold very well with that use sitting at that corner on the opposite side. I also do want to note that as you look south, this is their subdivision entrance on Windy Hill Road. Directly opposite of that at grade, so it's visually right across the road at grade, is the other Chevron station. So this is just an example, because I know there's always questions as you look at convenience stores is how they can coexist with residential. And the fact is that we have an example right here of where this subdivision sold out very well with a convenience store directly across the road, visually at their entrance, and visually you can see the homes. There's no berm. It's just straight across the road there. So they do coexist and are compatible. You can also see as you head to South Cobb Drive, South Cobb Drive, it's a heavily commercialized corridor there. I want to look a little bit about the site plan. It's a site plan you'd expect at a corner. We've got access on Benson Pool. DOT has some recommendations related to it. We showed the auto turn movements, how we can make sure that our fueling trucks can get in and out. And we've agreed to all the staff recommendations that Cobb DOT has in relation to it. And then I also want to just kind of touch briefly on the architecture is a similar architecture to what you see a lot of convenience store, varying roof lines, mixture of materials, attractive entrance, and materials of brick and stone. One of the reasons why this corner is attractive to my client is the fact that he actually drives this corridor from home to his businesses. And so he's very familiar with the traffic patterns and very familiar with what you have along this corridor. And this, unfortunately, the line doesn't show up real well, but there's a convenience store that sits on Macklin Road at Bankstone. And then as you travel on Macklin Road, it becomes Windy Mac, and you keep traveling. Then you get to this site, and then you keep traveling. And then the other major convenience store is at 41 and Windy Hill Road. That's 8.4 miles. It's running Google Maps. It's about during off-peak times. I actually just ran it while I was sitting here. It's a 20-minute drive. And in that stretch, there's only one small gas station on this side of the road between South Cobb Drive and Atlanta Road. So there is a paucity of fueling on this stretch of road that is being designed by Cobb County to be a main arterial road connecting West Cobb to the interstate. And there needs to be fueling on the morning side, on the south side, to limit left turning movements. And there's limited opportunities to do it. You put it in at signalized intersections where they're appropriate. So I think that that's very important, and it's one of the reasons why my client's very excited about this station and believes it will be very successful. Your professional staff reviewed the application, and this is in your staff report, and it's whether the use is suitable in relation to the surrounding zonings, the surrounding uses of the property. And they, of course, noted the things that I've noted, which is that there's a lot of there's existing convenience stores, varying commercial uses on this corridor, and that it is in fact compatible, whether it would affect the use and usability. I touched on that point. I understand the neighbors' concern. I certainly do appreciate their concern as new residents to this area, but the fact that they were built out with two existing uses similar to ours on the opposite side of the road, even closer than we are, it shows that the uses can be compatible and that we would not have a negative impact on the use and usability of their land, as evidenced by the existing conditions. Whether it's in conformity with the comprehensive plan, it is in conformity with the comprehensive plan, and whether there is any changing conditions. And that's what I really pointed out, that the changing conditions here is Smyrna is going to be making some significant improvements in the next few years, improving the Windy Hill route from South Cobb Drive to Atlanta Road. You can see the already clearing of a lot of the homes and businesses that were acquired for those improvements. And then Cobb County has a massive project, I believe, Windy Hill and 41 that's coming online too. So yes, this route is anticipated by Cobb County to be a major arterial route. And so the 35,000 cars a day will do nothing but increase over a period of time. And so having reviewed the context of the land use plan, the existing zone, existing uses, all those factors and putting them all together, your professional staff reviewed it and recommended approval of the application subject to the conditions there. And we'd ask that you also make it subject to the stipulation letter dated January 29th and the site plan that they referenced there too. So I have 10 seconds left. Thank you for your time and thank you for consideration. I'm glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Good afternoon, folks. First of all, my name is Bob Crochet. I'm representing 4 people, including myself, in this issue. And we are adamantly against the rezoning of that property and for its present design and the site plan that's been submitted. Incidentally, I just want to tell you very quickly, we appreciate the invocation you allowed, the pledge to our country, and the fact that we have this peaceful forum where we can present our point of view without any chaos. And this is great. And just as an American, I appreciate that. Okay? All right. Bottom line to it is this. What is being proposed here borders the property which is directly behind this project. Now, it's hard to tell from the yellow lines there, but there's actually a trapezoid-shaped property right there at 2424 Benson Pool Road. Now, that property at one time was owned by me. Years ago, I sold it to my son, who incidentally is an architect. And he's not here today, although he still has a vested interest in this property because he is the owner of record. Now, he has sold it via a land sales contract to this gentleman sitting right over here named Craig Singleton and his wife. Now, his wife is also inflicted with cancer, and my son he's now stationed with his architectural firm in Louisville, Kentucky. So neither one of those 2 people could be here today, even though we have discussed this in great detail. So there's essentially 4 people here who object to this. Now, in this trapezoidal shape, it's currently zoned NS 2424 Benson Pool Road, it's a residence. It's a little private home, humble home, it's a ranch style. It's really nice, kept up neatly by the folks who live there and who currently own it under contract. The problem with this is that this particular plan and what we're looking at here with this rezoning really gives no consideration to these people. It backs this entire project, which is another gas station, right up to the property lines on the back. You can look at the plat they've drawn up, and it appears to me The dumpster only sits 5 feet away from the middle of the back property line. That means he walks out his back door, stands on his deck, and what does he look at? Well, there's the scenery, there's a dumpster, okay? To the left and right of that is the backside of a store with an alleyway created literally from the left to the right to his left and right. To the right side, it shows a exit for fuel trucks coming out right there on Benson Pool Road, not more than maybe 20 feet from the entrance to his driveway. Now, this vehicle path that's drawn in the plat for the fuel truck shows them coming off of Windy Hill Road, angling in, going across to wherever they dump the fuel, turning out and exiting out onto Benson Pool Road. Well, the only two things can happen when that fuel truck comes out. One, it's got to proceed across the front of his driveway and head down right between two large residential regions. Or two, it's got to attempt to make a left turn and go back to Windy Hill Road, which means that it's going to block 2 lanes of traffic in essentially what is a U-turn going back. It's not a good situation. It's not a good plan. There's no consideration for any kind of visual buffer. I see no trees, no fence, nothing. And if you go across the street where the Citgo station is, that place is a harbor for people who are loitering. There's actually been, there's a condominium site just on the other side of their fence site. There's no trees to visually protect from the Citgo station. Those places get burglarized all the time. I'm sure if you check the Cobb County police records, you'll see any number of reports in that area because of that. There's 2 gas stations already there. Why do we need a 3rd one there? There's a lot of problems with the hill and the traffic there at the intersection. There's a rise to where you come up Windy Hill Road heading west, and you can't even see a vehicle approaching the stoplight. All you see is the top of the roof until the last second when they actually get to the stoplight. There's just so many problems with this. I mean, there's no lighting provided for the back of the building. That alleyway is there from one end to the other. It's our point of view that either the zoning needs to be rejected and we go back to the original zoning, and you can put in anything else you might want to. You could put in a law office, a chiropractor's business. You could put in maybe even a hair care salon or something. We don't know. We really don't care because we don't think those things are reasonable. We think they'll fit the lot, and we think they'll work real well at that location. We don't think another gas station is the answer here. We don't think this works on this lot. This lot is small, the one I want to build on. Everything here is really crammed in a lot more than you think if you go out there and look at it. It's amazing that this is even being proposed. The trapezoid lines and the yellow lines where you see like a V there are actually his northeastern property line and his northwestern property line. And like I said, it's a trapezoid. Then it comes back and of course goes across Benson Pool Road. He has the largest portion of his lot is backed by this entire project, nobody else's. There's also the issue that he has a sewer manhole in his yard, right near where the top of that V, the apex is there. What's the provisions there? Are they going to tie into that? Are they going to be able to come across his property? Are they going to be able to go on there without an easement, or do they have to get an easement? Who knows? We don't know. All we know is that's the beginning of the sewer run downhill. His is the first tie-in to that sewer run. And that sewer run goes across that property, right through the middle of it, from what we know of. So there's things there that need to be answered. This does not go far enough, and it is, to us, highly objectionable. Now, one of the things that's been raised here, earlier, some lady came up and respectfully said that they don't need any more hair salons. And the reply was, the state of Georgia, we don't have any say over that matter. Well, we're saying we don't need more gas stations. But on the other hand, he's saying we need more gas stations. So why does that rule apply against the other? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. My point of view is we don't need more gas stations. There's plenty there. And if the people don't want to take that route because they need gas, there's plenty of other commercial highways around there that they can easily travel. So I don't care what the future says or what the future holds. There's only one reason for this. It's not because somebody likes the location and is concerned about buying fuel. That's what this gentleman just said. It's because it's a profit-making program. And it shows me there's no consideration. There's a man right here who lives right behind him. And his property is a buffer for that residential neighborhood, in S. It was set up that way years ago. It's never been changed. And he has not sought to change it, nor have I. It's a buffer to the neighborhood. The rest of the neighborhood is a Hispanic community mostly. There's not a whole lot of people here in this Hispanic community. They don't understand this process. Probably a lot of them don't even understand English, I'm sure. So the bottom line is, who's speaking for all this? Right now, it's me, him, his wife, who's an invalid, and my son up in Louisville, Kentucky. And we're hoping that you will hear us and listen to us, because something is drastically wrong with this plan. It needs to be rejected, and at best, the zoning needs to be rejected. And while there is a higher and best issue, best use issue, well, the highest and best use is not a buffer between Windy Hill Road and the back of his property, like a natural bunch of trees, which is what we have now. The highest and best use is not a gas station, in my opinion and our opinion, okay? And that's really all I've got to say. And if there's anything else, incidentally, Mr. Singleton here did come up with a list that he and his wife wrote down, things that they object to personally. And I'm willing to submit this list so that you can have it as full information. But it's just a few things like her health. She's concerned about that. Possibility of who knows what could happen with a tanker on that property, discharging fuel. I mean, there was a tremendous explosion on I-85 just a few days ago. This stuff is not funny. Those big tankers, are huge and they're loaded with gasoline. Who wants one of those things sitting within, say, 60 feet of his bedroom window? Not me, I wouldn't. I don't think anybody else would either. Nor would anybody want to go out their back door and look at a dumpster. He's talking about tires and trash, literally, and loitering and criminal activities, and those things are real. Spilled gasoline, possibility of propane poisoning. Decrease in property value, that's definitely a plus there. I mean, that's what he's saying here. Homeless people, and there are homeless people in that area.
Bob, you need to be rounded out here. You got about 10 seconds.
I'm sorry, dear, I'm hard of hearing.
You need to sum it up.
Summary?
Yeah,
Okay.
you got 4
Well,
seconds now.
I guess the best summary is, we're against it. Plain and simple. And we
All right.
hope that you'll either reject it or force them to change it somehow.
Thank you,
All
Bob.
right? Thank you.
All right, the time is up. Public hearing portion is closed, and it's back to this board.
Thank you, Judy. And I'm going to start off by saying that Councilman Susan Wilkinson from Smyrna, who represents Ward 5, which includes the property directly across the street on Benson Pool, came in and saw me at the lunch break. Unfortunately, she had a meeting that she had to go to, so she couldn't stay. But I told her came here. She said some of her residents in the new subdivision in Smyrna had expressed concerns. She really thought she was meeting them here, but none of them came. So
I think she talked to all of us, I think.
So I just want to make sure that her constituents know that she came out for them and pass along, she didn't have anything specific other than worrying about, whether it would impact the values and whether it would, cause an increase in crime and those kind of things that we typically hear in these cases. I think I'm gonna ask Parks to come back up. And I will say to Bob, I'm familiar with where that house is. I went out there and looked at the site, and that is, you're right, a well-kept house and that. So I want to make sure we don't discount that. One of the things I wondered, and I was looking at the site plan here, let me just take those off because they can cause a weird reflection, is there's not a lot of room for a buffer, but we could probably put a 10-foot buffer.
Yeah, I handed him my number because I want to definitely talk to him after the meeting today and talk about how to create a buffer, how to create a separation, both width and effectiveness. So, fencing, landscaping, all those things we want to discuss with him. Want to make sure that we have a lighting plan that provides, he mentioned not having lighting, which he's right, that's a concern, is making sure there's sufficient lighting, but he also doesn't want lighting glaring on him, so we also want to address that. But yeah, be glad to look at how we can increase the separation from him in buffering for his property.
Okay, and I'll just say, typically, we're not wild about privacy fencing for the simple reason that we often find it doesn't get maintained over time, and it becomes more of a eyesore than a benefit, you know, when you get a few years down the line with it. But, you know, that would be an option here with such limited spaces to privacy fence and put a buffer. I would suggest maybe even also if your client was willing and they would allow it, maybe you could put 10 foot on their property.
Yep.
Additionally as well to provide more separation. You know, because I do, you know, we get these odd properties all the time where you really have a commercial zoning on that house. And it's probably been that commercial zoning since 1972 when they established zoning in Cobb County. And unfortunately, the code doesn't provide that they have to provide buffer between two commercial zonings. But we have this odd situation where it's really been always used as a house, I'm sure. And, you know, and it is appropriate to try and get something in there, but as you mentioned, it's an odd-shaped parcel. Yeah, both the one that the house is on and also the site. Be really nice if they just bought the house and included it in the site. That would make an ideal thing, but I know it's somebody's home and they may not want to sell it. You know, so that was one issue that he brought up. The fuel trucks going south on Benson Pool, you know, I hope you'd be agreeable to put a restriction that no fuel trucks would go south of the site on Benson Pool. So essentially, they'd come in probably at that entrance on Benson Pool and go out on Windy Hill.
Yeah, we would agree to that.
Okay. That way, because there's nothing but residential down Benson Pool and not a good place for them to go if you're familiar with the area. Really. You know, loitering, I know I've visited at least one other store that this operator has, and I haven't, you know, witnessed loitering. It's over in the Lithia Springs area. I'm familiar with it. But can you speak to what your client could do to to avoid loitering? And
yeah, I mean, we can make sure that the employees all know that you know, people are not to hang out on the property. Quite frankly, it can hurt their business, so they don't want that to happen. And so we would be able to, you know, make sure the employees know to immediately request that people not loiter and they leave the site. We also won't do things that, you know, along the sidewalk and things like that encourage people to hang around.
Okay, and will you have security cameras and that?
Yes, we will have multiple security cameras outside and inside.
Okay, and you'll make those available to Cobb Police or whatever if needed? And that's something we've done in some other locations. We've had locations that were far more challenged with loitering than this location, and not necessarily real far from this location, but you know, and I don't think that will be a big issue on a new store. It seems like
all the new stores would have multiple cameras, and one additional thing is we can make sure signs are put up that says this to let the public know it's monitored by security cameras. That has a way of discouraging people from anything.
Okay, that's good. Well, let's see here. Just making sure. Looks like the sewer line's going right through the property, so I don't think you'd need an easement to connect to sewer.
Yeah, the sewer's there. We actually may have to relocate it on our property, but but, we will have to use the existing sewer easements that are there or acquire additional easements if that's needed. But
Right.
if if the manhole's right on their property, there would be an easement for that manhole location.
Okay. And one thing with it being so close, with restricting deliveries to, as we did in the last case, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
That would be very acceptable, yes.
Okay, and also trash pickup those same
Yes.
hours. Trying to think of, I think I've hit all those points. I know you're not wild about a gas station, but, it's a signalized intersection, which is usually the preferred place to put gas stations. In fact, well, Cobb County doesn't do it. Other jurisdictions specifically say you can only put a gas station at a signalized intersection. It may actually help a little bit with some traffic in the sense that there may be people going to the ones on the northern side of the road when they're traveling eastbound, meaning they're on the southern side of the road, then having to come back out. It may help in that sense, especially in the morning traffic, which I know can back up there. So we want to try and be cognizant of all the things. Try and think, does anybody else, did you hear me miss anything or have questions for parks? Go ahead, Fred. See, I missed something.
No,
Got my 7 to 7.
I'm not saying you missed anything. I apologize for not being fully conversant with all the engineering of underground storage tanks and such, but I assume the underground storage tanks would go substantially under the bays that you show here?
Yes.
Okay. And is there secondary containment for all those tanks? Is that
Yeah,
part?
there'll be, the underground storage tank regulations in the state of Georgia and federal regulations are very, very strict on requiring the double walled and ensuring that the tanks do not leak. And they're monitored by the state on a regular basis.
Okay. Are there any plans to place any sort of wall or barrier along the southern rim of the property to prevent any seepage of any contaminants that might enter the soil on your property?
We would handle that. That's a stormwater issue. Also, I mean, the tanks are handled in the old days where tanks rusted and leaked. That doesn't happen with modern construction. If you're talking about like a car dropping oil and things like that, stormwater department would classify this, I think, as a hot zone. That's part of the statewide regulations, and that's because there are cars there. And so we would handle that as our stormwater system and ensure that there's oil, gas separators in the stormwater system to clean that.
And again, this is mostly due to my ignorance on these issues, though we have had a couple of clients own C-stores who had some environmental issues. But a spill prevention plan will be required. Do you have any details on that spill prevention plan?
Yeah, all convenience stores, the state requires that they have a spill prevention plan, which is, shutting off the tank, the fuel, the pump system, so that if it leaks, it's immediately shut off. They all have apparatus to pick up and contain any gas that is spilled, and they all have the things to put down that absorb it. If there is a spill, but quite frankly, what the biggest spill is someone overfilling a little 5-gallon, jug that they're putting in their gas lawnmower, and they get a gallon spill. So they put some absorbent material down, and then they can clean it up that way.
Okay.
That's the typical.
And again, I'm just focused on the southern boundary line. You indicated there's some sort of berm between your property and the neighbor to the south?
My initial discussion was the berm, because I'd heard from the neighbors to the east, and there's a berm on their side of the road. Going to the south, it drops off there lower than we are.
Right.
And that's one thing that we're going to do between now and the Board of Commissioner meeting, is meet with the adjacent property owner to see if there's anything we can do on our property and or their property to create some sort of separation. But grade-wise, we're higher than they are, so there's no, we can't come in with a berm. It doesn't work on a falling grade.
Is there any swale or anything there, or is it just more or less a continuous drop?
I believe it's basically continuous grade going down.
Thanks.
I guess I'm ready for a motion. This one might take a minute since we're adding so many things that wasn't there before. You're used to it. With regard to Z17, I make a motion to recommend approval, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received January 29th, 2020 with a letter from Parks Huff. All stipulations in the letter received January 29th, 2020 from Parks Huff, not otherwise in conflict with the following modifications. Item number 5, add subsection F, change that is in conflict with an expressed stipulation or condition of zoning, and subsection G requires variance or violates Cobb County ordinance. Next one, dumpster enclosure to have brick or stack stone exterior that is complementary to the building, and to have steel gates. Benson Pool Road access type and configuration to be determined at plan review. There was something in Parks' letter about a decel lane on Benson Pool, and there's no place to put a decel lane on Benson Pool, so just wanted to allow plan review to figure that out. Let's see, then we're gonna add a 10-foot buffer to be placed along the southern property line and to be increased to 20 foot where space allows, which was closer to the Benson Pool, which is closer to the house. If elected by the adjoining property owner on Benson Pool, a privacy fence to be installed along the private fence line. Also, if elected by the property owner on the house adjacent on Benson Pool, applicant to install an additional 10-foot buffer on that property owner's property so that they can get the full 20 foot. No fuel trucks allowed on Benson Pool Road south of the site. Right, that's, yeah, DOT will control that. Signs to be installed indicating no loitering and security cameras in use. Security cameras to be on site and active. And footage made available to Cobb County Police if requested. All deliveries to be between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Trash pickup to be between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Dumpsters to have rubber stops on the lids to reduce sound. And I think that's everything, so that's my motion. Oh, wait a sec. Did I? Oh, it's in Parks's letter. It's in Parks' letter, so that's it. Okay.
I'll second.
5-0. John, you still with us? Right.
Okay, rezoning case Z18, the Revive Land Group LLC request rezoning from LI to RM8 for the purpose of townhomes and land lots 34 and 35 of the 18th district. The property is located on the south side of Old Powder Springs Road, west of Dunn Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z18? The record shows there's one person opposed. Would that person please come forward to be sworn in?
Did you miss him? Good, man. It's good to be missed.
Okay, Kevin, we're ready when you are.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioners, for the record, I'm Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the owners and the applicant, the Revive Land Group, in this application for rezoning. This property is 8.38 acres. It's currently zoned light industrial. We are seeking rezoning to RM8 for a townhome project. And a couple of things about this, and I really want to start with what's on your screen now, which gives you a good overhead and aerial of this particular area. Because a few things that I think are of good to note in your consideration of this rezoning application. First and foremost is you see that this is zone light industrial, and what you don't see is a lot of other light industrial around it. This is zone light industrial. It seems to almost be spot zoning in its category. Though it was zoned for another use, it does seem to be fairly spot where it's located. Located to your right, as you look at this screen, is an existing RM12. It's an existing, much older apartment complex that's there. Located to your left, you'll see a mixed bag of GC, NRC, and R20. The Planning Commission, you have seen a couple of those properties. The ones that you see are NRC are ones that you have touched because those have been brought up and through the rezoning process and have stipulations on them. The others that are zone GC or R20, you have not touched. There has been multiple code enforcement actions that have gone on with those cases along Powell Drive. It has started to turn around because as that's picked up a little bit. But those are a lot of automotive type related uses through that stretch. But regardless, it has seen better days, but it's getting better. I think the community as a whole, and particularly the Mapleton Improvement Coalition, has been instrumental in looking at that area. And then we have this 8.3 acre tract that's here. What we're looking at is a piece of property we think, though, has a chance to put a real stake in the ground in this area. It's property that would presumably could be and reasonably an extension of the existing apartments, a new multifamily. It could certainly be an extension of LI as it is now, or commercial, though it would be undesirable commercial. The type of LI and commercial that would go in there would simply continue on the very lowest levels of those types of offerings and services. But we don't think that's what really belongs here, and I don't think the community at large or the Mapleton Improvement Coalition at large does either. What we think and what Revive Land Group believes is very achievable here is to continue and build on the success that's happening in the broader area. In the broader area around the corner off of Old Powder Springs Road and Veterans Memorial, this Planning Commission, the Board of Commissioners approved a new townhome development of just over 90 townhomes just around the corner. That was in last year. Also in close proximity is a much larger single-family detached development that's going on in this area. And this picks up again on that. And what this area needs is new residential, people who will have a home and buy a home and have a stake in the area and impact how that area continues to grow and how it continues to revitalize. This area of the county was developed a very, very long time ago, and the revitalization that's taking place there now has been through the efforts of the community, been through the efforts of the Mapleton Improvement Coalition, and through the county itself to help support this type of development. We're excited about this, and so really this proposal takes off from that and is a result of those successes. Turning now to the site plan itself, which you'll have. Again, this is a proposal for a townhome community, fee simple townhomes. These will be homes for sale to the owners. It's a total of 66 townhomes. To kind of orient you back, because this is now oriented a different direction than the overhead. To the top side of the site plan is that commercial stretch. To the bottom side of this site plan is the existing apartments. On the right-hand side is Old Powder Springs Road. We're at dead ends at this location, which will be our main entry point, which you'll notice throughout the site plan are a number of pocket parks and community gathering space areas to provide green, landscaped, and well-appointed areas for the enjoyment of the residents and as well as for the value of these proposed community and the homes themselves. Also, we have extensive buffers planned, planted buffers that will be heavily a wall of evergreens that we will be planting along the borders of this property adjacent to the existing commercial as well as the existing apartment homes. In addition, please note that this plan has been prepared. It's drawn to public street standards, so that it is a proposed public street to be dedicated to Cobb County. It meets the parking standards, widths of the street as well as the cul-de-sac at the end. And that's all intentional as part of really where this is and to give this community a chance not just to start well, but to continue to be well and thrive as homeowners move into this location. The letter that you've been handed, dated February 4th, a little bit of explanation. We did submit a stipulation letter just over a week ago that was based on discussions we had with Mapleton Improvement Coalition and their representatives, as well as other county representatives. Since that time, there's been some few additional discussion, and we were very, very close and wanted to work out a few more details. So rather than having multiple letters to try to present, what we'd ask you to consider today is this February 4th letter. It simply updates the letter that you already have by adding a few more restrictions, a few more stipulations, and I'll review those with you as well. But it just adds those that address the comments and items that Mapleton Improvement Coalition had, as well as a couple of other items that we had identified for us, and we wanted that in one comprehensive letter. So this doesn't change anything. It's an add to. And a little bit about those as far as those stipulations, just to highlight for you. Once again, we have instituted landscape buffers, but more importantly, we have adopted and agreed to a landscape review committee with the representative of Mapleton Improvement Coalition, the developer in Cobb County, because the buffers and landscaping along the frontage and along those buffers will be vital for the success of this project. In addition, what you'll see with this stipulation letter is even more elevations and detailed elevations that have been attached as part of this proposal, and that's also been an important part. It's been reviewed by Mapleton Improvement Coalition, and we want to make sure our entire package that shows the variety of front elevations and home styles can be provided as part of the actual zoning. In addition, we worked very hard with the group, so to speak, as it relates to a rental limitation. In our letter of last week, we had included a provision that there be no bulk sales to investors or institutional owners for purposes of rental. That's the real issue, is you'll have institutional or investor owners buy 10, 12, 20, 30, 40, all of them, and then rent them out, and that's been an issue that's been brought to our attention, so we were prohibiting that. But at the end of the day, what everybody was a lot more comfortable with is us having a rental limitation of no more than 25%, and that's now reflected in this letter. It is a rental limitation that's the actual stipulation is that it will be included in the covenants to be enforced by the HOA, so it meets your legal standards. Speaking of HOA, the Homeowners Association has been vested through this zoning stipulations and agreed it will be a strong mandatory homeowners association responsible for a variety of routine and regular maintenance of the exteriors, including roofs for these homes, as well as all exterior landscaping and areas that you see here reflected on the site plan. This application did receive a recommendation for approval from your professional staff. And we believe with the changes we have made to the plan itself to to address identified concerns as well as to the stipulations. We believe this is and should be a very successful project, and hopefully and respectfully request your favorable recommendation. Would be remiss if I didn't also thank the efforts of Mapleton Improvement Coalition, who worked with us very closely. We had a lot of exchange, good exchange, helpful exchange to put this together as far as presenting to you as the Planning Commission. So with that, I'm here, can answer any questions that you may have with this application, and certainly can provide any additional information that you may have as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
I was not going to rip up the speech, so
Okay.
I was just making sure I had everything
No,
covered.
that was my job to do.
Yes, please. The new symbol for disdain.
Yeah, I know it. I'm afraid I can't tear it up, though. That would be my problem. We'll hear from the opposition at
Thank
this time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and Planning Commission. I'm Charles Sprayberry with the Cobb County School District. Approval of this petition will cause concern for CCSD, as it will result in impact to the enrollment of schools already over capacity, specifically Mapleton Elementary School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charles. All right, hearing and seeing no further opposition, it's back to this board.
And of course, it's me.
Of course it's, but you're gonna make this one really quick. You're
Yeah,
gonna have this
this
done
one
at
since, yeah,
3, you're gonna be through.
yeah. 3 o'clock's your nap time, isn't
No,
it?
I want to hear the acquittal at 4 o'clock.
Okay, I didn't even realize that's when it was happening. Let's see, I do want to thank the applicant and Kevin and Mapleton Improvement Coalition for working hard to get this very challenging piece of property to what I think will be a good outcome. You know, this was zoned LI for self-storage, the old ugly kind of self-storage where you pull up metal buildings, which I don't think anybody really desired to go here now. It might have been a good fit way back when it was zoned and things were different at the time. So I think this is a welcome. It's a little bit more density than we normally see in the townhomes that we've been approving, but I think it's appropriate here, given between Powell Drive and an existing apartment complex, so we're not wedging it between existing neighbors, and they put the required buffer at the very end of the street to what is, you know, residential. But, you know, the residential you see to the north isn't residential and probably hasn't been, maybe even when they adopted it in 1972. I don't know, but not quite sure why that was ever residential, because it looks like most of those commercial buildings were probably there in 1972. But anyway, there's, you know, a couple things here. One is, you know, well, we increased the rental limit to 25%, and that's, I think, a little bit of a safety net for the developer, just in case they have a hard time selling these all to individuals, given the challenged location and that. And I can live with that. We also want to make sure what we've had a problem with in some of the townhome communities is when there's been before we were establishing rental limits, where you get, you know, a number of properties under the control of one, you know, person. Like, we wouldn't want 25% under the control of just one entity, because they effectively get to call all the shots in the HOA because other people don't show up, and they're just flat out the majority just with their votes in HOA meetings. So I talked to Kevin earlier, and he's agreed after the initial sale, because obviously the developer is going to be in control of them all initially, but after the initial sale, no more than 5% of the units will be under the ownership, control, or management of a single entity. So that while they can have 25%, there's going to be diversity in that 25%. And then, you know, that keeps the HOA honest and working for the homeowners, because what we've seen is the management company's not wanting to maintain the properties, you know, try and keep the fees down. And the property's falling into disrepair when they're under control. So let's see, and I think that addresses most. There's a variety of elevations in that. Does anybody have any questions before I make a motion?
No, this is one of your better zonings.
Thank you.
It really is.
And it's my last of the day,
I know
so
it.
I've been improving all day, right?
All day, you've gotten faster and faster.
With regard to Z18, I make a motion that we recommend approval, subject to all the following: all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received January 24th, 2020. All stipulations in the letter from Kevin Moore dated February 4th, 2020, and received today, not otherwise in conflict. No one person or entity may control, own, or manage more than 5% of the units at any one time after the initial sale of the units. And then applicant to remove all existing curb cuts on Old Powder Springs Road, including the curb cut at the end of the road, and install curb gutter and sidewalk in those areas. And I think we can put this on the consent agenda for the BOC.
Charles is gonna show up.
Are you gonna oppose it at the BOC, Charles?
Yeah, there you
Okay.
go. So he'll be here.
Okay,
We'll put it on the consent.
and if you come and raise your hand, it will come off the consent. So.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Call the question. That's approved 5-0.
I do believe 5 stipulations is
It is a new, you can tell.
That's only because the letter was.
Okay, moving into land use permits, LUP 1, Kenneth Richard, request a land use permit for the purpose of allowing more adults and vehicles than allowed by the county code in land lot 203 of the 19th district. The property is located on the east side of La Villa Drive, north of Villa Rica Road. Is the applicant present? The record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 1? No?
No?
Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay.
Does-
Is this, is this?
Good afternoon, morning.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and the Planning Commission. My name is Kenneth Richard, and to summarize, I pulled up the zoning division department comments, and I suppose you have a copy of that, what they're summarizing? Okay, they're saying the applicant is requesting the temporary land use permit to allow for a total of 6 adults to occupy a 1,476 square foot home and park 5 cars. Well, that's the problem we're having with code enforcement there. They're telling us we can't have but 3 cars because it's a single-use family home. But I'm asking for a little compassion because I have cancer. And I also have an aortic valve in my heart that's got to be replaced in the very near future. I'm a sick person. As a matter of fact, I got some medical stuff here if you want to see it. I can pass it to you. Tells you all of my history of my medical.
It's not
But I've got many things wrong with me. It's a wonder she hadn't already left because I've got so much going on that it's
Take your
hard to get by
time.
with. What I'm saying basically is I need my daughter lives with me, her husband, my grandson, and his fiancee live with us, and myself and Beverly. They all work different hours of the day. My wife works Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. She does hair. She's a hairdresser at Red Bow over in Powder Springs. And she works different hours, just whenever the customer needs somebody. She also works a job at West Cobb Funeral Home. And she's a greeter, and also she tells people what they need to be doing, which room to go to, and she also cleans up a little bit after everybody's gone at the funeral home. So she's not able to be there 100% of the time, but I do need supervision because I'm subject to fall anytime, and I've got bone cancer in my left hip. I take a shot for bones and calcium to keep it built up, keep from fracturing the bone. So the reason we've got so many people in our home is basically to watch after me and make sure I don't tumble over and break a hip and wind up medical in the hospital. We just ask for a little compassion in our neighborhood. We talk to our neighbors, right, left, across the street. None of them have any complaints about us having sick people there. I will say this, we have took that 276, so they say, square foot basement where it was supposed to be used for a rec room. We've turned it into a bedroom. It is now bedroom with a kitchen, bedroom with a bathroom. It doesn't have a shower, but it does have toiletries and stuff like that. But also, there's only 3 steps between the basement, that part of the basement's been reconfigured to the kitchen. So they got access right there from their room to the kitchen. That's my grandson and his fiance. We've got 3 other bedrooms besides that one. My daughter and her husband live in 1 bedroom. We've got our bedroom, we've got a spare bedroom. And the only thing that really probably I see that's a problem is sometimes we have visitors come over. And my granddaughter, she'll come by every now and then, and some of their friends might come over. So it looks like we're having a party, but we're not. It's just kin folks or their company. And we've had complaints that we got too many cars. I'm sure in the driveway, we can only really hold 3 cars, but we do park 2 out in front. And I'm sure ever who complained saw the 2 cars out there, but we're not the only house in the neighborhood that's parking cars out in the road, out in front of their home. So I just want to hear your recommendations of what we should do or how we can address maybe keeping this where my daughter and her husband can stay there and my grandson and his fiance. So really we've got all blood relatives except one living there. And well, I will say my daughter's husband's not blood relatives, but by marriage, he is there. So by that, I'm just gonna leave it alone, let y'all make the decision. Tell me what you wanna do.
All right, thank you. Watch that steps right there. Any opposition? Hearing and seeing it's back to this board and it's back to Fred.
Thank you. You can just nod from there. Are you the shadow ace? That's you? Okay.
That's a motorcycle, by the way.
All right, very good. I'd welcome the thoughts of this board as to what kind of duration we might put on this.
I think 24 months.
You're fine with, staff's fine with that? ComDev is fine with that?
24 months and on consent agenda.
I'd like to make the motion that was just half made by the chair then. Let's go ahead and grant, I move that we grant this land use permit for a period of 24 months. Any other conditions we need to place on this at this time? That's fine. Put it on the consent agenda, please.
Okay. You have a motion, second by Alice. Call the question. That's approved 5-0 for 24 months, and we wish you the best.
And
Okay, what's next?
lastly, SLEP2, Legacy Christian Schools Incorporated, request a special land use permit for the purpose of a private school in land lot 111 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Sandy Plains Road, east of Springwood Place. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here to oppose this? Let the record show there's one person opposed. Would you please come forward to be sworn in?
Madam Chairman, you tell me when you're ready.
Sorry. We're ready.
Based on the last case, I know you want me to hurry, so.
Yes. You've got 4 minutes.
Okay. I won't be able to do that. I'm sorry. Can I request more time now? Planning Commission, I'm Adam Rosen, Sam's Larkin Huff here this afternoon on behalf of Legacy Christian Preschool in this special land use permit application. This is SLUP 2 of 2020. For those 2 of you that were here in 2016, we were also SLUP 2 then for Legacy's existing location, which I'll tell you a little bit about as well. Legacy itself is a huge part of the success of this school and why this application is appropriate and why we think that you should recommend approval of it. So I want to start out by talking about who Legacy is. 3 of their board members are here with us and have endured the day and I think learned a lot about zoning today, more than they wanted to know, maybe. But nonetheless, they're here if we have any questions for them as far as how the school operates that I can't answer for you. But Legacy Christian School is a 501c3 nonprofit, as you might expect. They have been at their current location and this proposed location in the East Cobb area, but with students in the surrounding area of Cobb County. It is a Christian preschool for ages 2 through 6. That is preschool through kindergarten. Their staff and their board are made up of certified teachers, longtime educators, business leaders, a group of folks that have a true passion for what they do, and that was very evident when this started about 4 or 5 years ago when we first met, and that has continued today. They have adopted a number of policies and procedures that you would see in any of the most professional and well-run facilities. They utilize curriculum that has been around forever that you probably recognize just because of its success and its notoriety for so many years. So they're doing everything right as far as how the school operates itself with a variety of different curriculum options that they are involving their kids in on a daily basis. You can see some of that there, including free play, music, art, chapel, and outside playtime. And that's one neat part about being able to be a part of a church like they are as a tenant occupying a church is they're able to not only operate as the school that they are, but also engage their students and their school itself with the church that they're within and being a part of that community as well. So this, in 2016, our SLUP 2 was approved on the consent agenda. And for the existing location that they will finish their school year this year on Shallowford Road. They saw the success here. They saw the demand from the families that they have been serving. You've seen in your staff analysis the checking on and the confirming that there have never been any complaints for the existing facility as far as any neighbors. Like this facility and like most churches, they're surrounded by residential subdivisions, and so it's a testament to their operations that they have never had any concerns from the folks that are around them, and they're a part of their community. You'll see a similar looking plan for the existing site plan as the one that was approved in 2016. Similar to that, this is just over 6.5 acres. It looks much bigger because of the way that it's laid out, so in a lot of ways it will function much more efficiently as far as how the site lays out, as well as the building, which we'll look at as well. There is a dedicated education building that Legacy will be leasing. The church has recently added a fellowship hall, so there is a huge area for the church and the education to take place, all within plenty of space for these operations to exist together. This historically was known Ray Thomas and then Bethany Presbyterian at this location on Sandy Plains Road. This church predates all of the residential around it, as far as I know. So it's really been a landmark for this area of East Cobb for a long time. And importantly, as your staff also noted, it has operated as a preschool, as a Sunday school, as a, I believe, daycare, different and similar operations as to what we're asking you for today, I think as recently as 2017. Zoned R30 with R15 surrounding us. And importantly, we are also in an area that is includes other public institutional future land use designations, which just shows you the appropriate character of this area for this church and for this school to exist in and around other schools and churches just across the street and down the street from where we are. Your site plan that has been submitted to you that has now been turned into what is at least the beginning phases of a traffic circulation plan is what you're looking at here. It is an as-built plan. We are not proposing any changes to the buildings or to the layout at all, other than just showing you a diagram of just how much this site can handle as far as vehicles coming in for pickup and drop-off times. Again, you've got the dedicated building for this, for the education facility. We're showing you stacking of over 50 cars. What we've done, that you can see the top of that site plan zoomed in here, is we've allocated a set structure for the pickup and drop-off times, which you can see the number maxing at 45, never exceeding the number of 50 that we show on the site plan as far as how much can stack and queue. And this is not taking into consideration the significant parking throughout the site that your staff also notes, providing sufficient parking. And I think as anybody going and visiting the operations of a preschool, you'll see a lot of parents are maybe too anxious. They get there, they park, they walk their kid in. So a lot of the stacking and queuing is offloaded by the folks that are there bringing their kids in on their own. So with all of that, the operations of Legacy itself, again, pre-K through kindergarten, right now and what they would expect for this coming year, which they're currently in enrollment for. So it's up to us to make sure that these kids have a home next year, and with a maximum of 15 employees, and that includes the director, and that includes full and part-time staff, and the teachers, and the regular, and that's not Monday through Thursday, it should be Monday through Friday, 9 to 1 p.m. as the actual classroom time. Of course, that starts earlier for drop-off and extends a little bit beyond that for pickup, and there's an additional afternoon option from 1 to 1:50. So again, you've got a staggered time for actual drop-off and pickup. Important in this case, unlike most others, is that drop-off and pickup for a school like this. That's why we are talking about that even. And so we've got that structured in a way that it will be successful here. There will not be any traffic concerns because of the way that they will operate. With all of that, with their history, with what you can look through with your staff analysis of the way that this property has been utilized just as this use for many years and has never had any concerns before operating as this type of use, this is an application that is appropriate for your recommendation of approval. We have, throughout this process, run into a couple of other concerns with an adjoining community, and that is who is here today with us. Jefferson Park is our immediate neighbor south of us. South of us, if you're looking at our site plan there, with an entrance just south of our site on Sandy Plains Road. We have worked, and Legacy, to their credit, has spent a ton of time to work on the communications between the church and the Jefferson Park community, which has had a long-standing relationship, probably a lot of miscommunication about concerns of light and noise as far as the church-related activities. we have tried to be a bridge between the two and to be involved with both, recognizing that we're the ones asking to come into this location. But there's two different sides to that, I think. One is Ms. Kirby, who is here with us today, who has been good enough to come to us early in the process to raise the concerns of her living next to the playground area of the school, and that's what you're seeing here in a view out of her yard looking back over towards the church. She has been good enough to meet with us 3 or 4 times, to talk to us a lot, and because of that, we have offered the stipulation in our letter of the fence that will provide an 8-foot boundary between our playground area and her property, which will sit close to her existing privacy fence. In addition to that, I want to hand to the clerk to be included with our stipulation letter is an enhancement of that privacy fence, which is mostly credit to Commissioner Smith, his idea for an enhanced fence that will provide additional sound buffering that we are agreeable to as well. So we want that to be included as an addition to the stipulation letter. That shows you where that fence will go for her property. So we are hopeful that that has resolved those immediate concerns for her because she is adjoining our playground area. So we recognize that. The second half of this in Jefferson Park concerns came up more recently at the end of last week or beginning of this week with a history of noise concerns with the church-related activities, with music and other activities of the church itself. So the request has been made, and I believe you'll hear a request being made for landscaping to be planted along the entire boundary, which is a 700-foot fence line. We are working through that issue. We have put the church in touch with Jefferson Park. We're actually working on setting up a meeting for that. We want to be the conduit to make that happen. That is not something that Legacy can afford or has the power to do as a tenant, but we're here to make sure that that happens by way of working with the church. So those two issues I think will resolve, and I'm out of time, so we ask for your recommendation of approval. Again, the staff comments go through a lot of this and support all of the things that we've said. My stipulation letter of January 29th with the addition of that fence would be our recommendation, or our request for your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and the board. My name's Vicki Kirby, and as Adam, Mr. Rosen had said, you know, my property adjoins the playground. I'm not here necessarily because of that. I'm here to be a spokesman for Jefferson Park, and I've got some issues that have been brought up to me. And one of them is the noise and the lack of the barrier. And I've got this, and also I've got a petition here with about 30 signatures on it that I wanted to give you to look at, and just kind of, it's got some information, but I need this right now, so if you don't mind, so I can have my notes. Sorry. Basically, up until 2006, there was a 20-foot barrier of trees along the homes that was shown, and it backed all the way up through the whole side of the street that backs up to the church. That changed, and my property backs up to the playground, which you saw. And the concern is that with the increase of children on the playground, the noise level is going to increase. And I realize that the church and the school and Adam are going to put up the barrier fence, but that's not really an issue. It is, but it's not the issue that I'm talking about. What the consensus of the neighborhood was that the school at this time has approximately 50 children and may increase to up to 100 in the future. And the classes, there's going to be at least two. I was told this at one of our meetings, that there are going to be two classes that are going to be on the playground at a time. And the classes are like 15 kids apiece. That's a lot of kids on the playground. And the fencing typically, unless it's a soundproof fence, the sound will go over and around. And Andy, I think you confirmed that when we talked, because I met with Andy one cold day. And I appreciate you coming and meeting with me too.
Sound carries better in the cold.
Okay, well, then let's hope for warm weather. But anyway, what I was going to say is the size of the class will be from 15 to 19 children. This could mean as many as 30 to 40 children on the playground. And we just wanted a 20-foot, we want some sort of barrier of trees, if possible, put up between the sandy plains all the way down. That would mean the playground would need to be moved. The playground is old, and the concern has been brought up as well as it may be in disrepair because it is an older playground, and I don't know what kind of means has been to keep it updated and so forth. Another issue was the increase of traffic. Sandy Plains is divided onto 2 lanes, as we know, going north, and Jefferson Park only has 1 entrance going in and out of it. If the school is able to come in, then the consensus of the neighborhood was that the traffic would back up. And there's a petition or something back here that a neighbor wrote me that I wanted to read you. It says, the DOT recommendation, and I don't know when this was dated, a neighbor sent this to me, recommended Sandy Plains Road access include the acceleration lane upon the redevelopment, whereupon redevelopment is assigned as any action requiring a land disturbance permit. And I'm thinking that this would be applicable. I don't know. I'm not sure. But anyway, that was another issue that we had. And then the possible decrease of property in the value. Some of the homeowners just brought that up. I just wanted to just kind of go over that with you. Also, I wanted to just talk to you about, there's a stipulation, in the stipulation letter, there was it said that the church with a school of, that the acreage of a church with a school is 8 acres. And the school is asking for this to be waived, as the church has only 6.62 acres. And to the neighbors, it seemed like that the lot was undersized for a church with a school, and we didn't know if that needed to be waived, so that that wouldn't affect, the variance. Basically, my background, my backyard this is my issue. My background, this is just a suggestion that I have. My background, as you know, backs up to the church. And Adam had said that when the landscape people came, it looked like the adjoining property line is consistent with the fence line. And I don't know if this is the case, and I just didn't know if maybe we could how I could get a survey just to see where my property line is, because I don't know. There's a pin that's at one end of the fence, the chain link fence, and I think that's my property line. And if that's the case, I would like to be able to move my fence closer, and I'd like to have that verified so that my line to request that the fence be the maximum amount of feet so that I can be able to use my land, And basically, that's it. This is it. Like I said, this is a petition. The main issue seemed to be the noise and the lack of the barrier with everybody that I talked to. And I just appreciate it if you could take that into consideration. I think if we could do that, then it would make a happier, more cohesive unit if the school were to go into the church. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much.
And there's also the emails that were brought up too. And basically, a lot of the people said they did not have a problem with the preschool, but they did want the barrier, some sort of barrier put in to prevent the noise. So thank you very much for listening to me.
All right, thank you. Hearing and seeing no further opposition, it's back to this board. That'd be Andy.
So we have, as Vicki said, we have had meetings out on the site, I think many more than the one that I attended. Much of the concern on the part of the neighborhood is really more related to the church than to this slub. And I think that in fairness, we need to separate those two issues. I would like to call Amy up, if you don't mind, because much of the concern that does relate to the school is related to the maximum capacity and the way in which the traffic will be handled on the.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Okay, so Amy, what I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you've seen the stipulation letter, but if not, I can either hand this to you or read this section. I wanted to ask if you thought it was consistent enough with your review to leave it in unaltered, or? Well, let me just put it this way. You would, in reviewing this, you determine, or you and the staff and the other DOT staff have determined that 75 students would be the reasonable maximum?
Correct, and I didn't know if they'd done a updated stipulation letter that changed their maximum number.
What they did was they included in the stipulation letter a statement that said, in the event that the traffic circulation plan approval only permits a maximum enrollment less than 100 enrolled students, then the maximum enrollment will be reduced to an equivalent enrollment number. So
Correct.
that.
Yeah, we would recommend that once their enrollment goes above 75, and that's based on some of our school experts looking at their stacking they have available and what they know about traffic at schools of this type, that we would recommend that they come in for an updated SLUP at that point, so that we can take a look at what their traffic is like at that nearly 75 mark. And we will probably at that point require a traffic study that includes queuing information to see if the site would be sufficient to increasing it to that from 75 to 100, or if it would require improvements at Sandy Plains.
Okay, so is there any way that to automatically trigger that, any other way to automatically trigger that look, or would they have to come in for another SLUP? I think that may be one of the things we're trying to.
I don't know about the legal part. They can probably advise you on that. I know that the SLUPs only last for so long.
Well, the
So they have
SLUP can go on goes with the property, so it can go on forever. I think it could be limited if the BLC wants to do that. So I don't think there would be, I mean, if we limited the maximum to 75, then to go exceed 75, they would automatically have to come back in.
Right.
But I think what we were, one of the things that we looked at through the back and forth discussions is that if their actual experience was that the circulation plan was sufficient, then possibly that could lead to additional enrollment, or or a traffic study performed and submitted and approved by you guys could lead to additional enrollment.
Correct.
And that could all be done within this approval of this SLUP without them coming back in if we leave it the way it's worded now. The way it's worded now allows for a maximum enrollment of 100, or a lesser number if that's what DOT has concurred or has determined is should be the maximum enrollment. It's this. There shall be a maximum number of 100 enrolled students ranging in age from 2 to 6 years of age. In the event that traffic circulation plan approval only permits a maximum enrollment less than 100 enrolled children, then the maximum enrollment will be reduced to an equivalent enrollment number. So we know that right now we're at 75. But what I would like to do, if possible, is eliminate the need for them to come back in for another SLUP if they can demonstrate that the traffic circulation plan supports higher enrollment.
It wouldn't necessarily be another SLUP or a new SLUP. The board could put a condition on it that, maximum 75 children with just that, with the understanding that if they come in for 76 or more, then they're going to have to do some more traffic type things to handle.
So you just make it subject to 75 children, and that'll be the trigger point.
So
You'd be other business.
Okay.
Okay, and I think that,
Just think you might hear it.
I think that adjusting it to 75 does alleviate some of the concern that the neighborhood has had about the possible, and that's exactly what you're trying to do, is eliminate the possibility of cars stacking up onto Sandy Plains
Correct.
Road.
We believe that 75 will not back into Sandy Plains, and that gives us a point to reevaluate what the situation is at the school at that point, if they need to go above that.
Okay. Okay, so Adam, I think I would like to modify the way that we've. Thank you, Amy. I think you did a great job on this. Thank you for all your help.
Adam, you have 2 minutes.
I told you I couldn't do 4.
This is just related to how would it be okay to, would you accept a stipulation of 75 students put in there and that you'd have to come back if you wanted more students through other business?
We'd prefer, I mean, I understand that as of right now, it's gonna be limited to 75 based on DOT's recommendation, so that when we go through plan review after this, we're only gonna be allowed to have 75. If we have a stipulation that says a maximum of 75, my concern would be having to either come back through for another special land use permit at that time. As long as there's the ability to submit and prove that it can accommodate more than 75, then we're happy with the limitation at this time, as long as there's that ability for us to come back later to say, we're at 75 or more,
Come back as a
we're not
business
applying for a
item.
new SLUP, but
And would it be acceptable to come back as another business item? As opposed to a revised?
I was envisioning going back to DOT and showing that it was compatible at 80 or whatever the number is. And again, I don't know that we'll ever be there, but since that's the capacity of the
So
school.
so you're, I mean, I'm trying to avoid that
And we
too.
appreciate that.
John, is there?
Yeah.
Right.
Wouldn't it be wouldn't he have to do other business items that exceeds 75?
Yeah, if the Board of Commissioners adopted a condition of 75 max, if they wanted any more than 75, would have to come back through
As
other
other
business
business
to
item.
But if we
continue.
left it like it is, where it mentions 100, adjusted down based on DOT's review, could they come back without a other business item
If
to
the
DOT?
if the board accepts it like that, then they could come back with that other business. As long as they could prove to DOT that they could manage the circulation of the traffic.
Okay. And so Adam, maybe I could add something to that, and no other capacity-related, and there are no other capacity-related issues, you know, because if
Slippery
noise,
slope.
if the, I mean, capacity just related to the circulation plan is one of the things that we've heard today.
Right.
One of the others is the potential that a larger enrollment could lead to more noise.
Yes, and I did get some clarification that if enrollment increases, the playground numbers would not change because the classrooms would actually be split. So the number of students on the playground would still stay the same. But yes, we're comfortable with that.
But we might have like a third playground period. Weren't there just 2 playground periods right now?
There would be an additional playground period time, yeah, so
So
the
that
number at any given time would be the same as far as the number of students. But yes, we're happy with that condition.
So it could be subject to proving to DOT that you could handle 100 children if you do want to come back to the board.
Okay. Yeah, so I could say subject to.
DOT,
or
proving to DOT,
we've-
a plan to DOT to,
We've got the DOT covered, so I can say subject to no additional
yes,
noise issues.
yes.
It's awful hard to enforce.
Okay, I understand, okay. Gone through a lot to try and allow for something that probably shouldn't be allowed for. So.
I would probably just set it at 75 and let them come back, and then they prove they don't have noise issues and all those things.
Okay. I think I'm going to need to set that at 75 to be consistent with DOT's current recommendation. And then we don't have that. We solve part of the upcoming noise issue at the same time. And then one other thing, that has come up is the noise issue from the balance of the subdivision related to the absence of a landscape buffer between the existing church, really, and that neighborhood. And I'd said earlier, I think we do need to separate those two issues, and I'm not sure that I'm even able to address this completely now, but I do see that in 1999, there was a variance request that reduced the landscape buffer on the side of the property that we're looking at. But if you guys remember the photo that was shown, there is no landscape buffer on that side.
There's a fence, though, isn't
There's
it?
a fence.
There was a fence.
There should be a buffer.
It should be.
There was a
think it was a
buffer
10
required
foot.
in the 99 variance, so I think that could be handled as a code compliance issue if that needs to be.
Seems like there was a variance after that.
There was, but I think that addresses, that's this V28 of 2006, and it called for the installation of a solid wood privacy fence along the northeasterly property line, which is on the other side of the church, in addition to a chain link fence along the parking area. So they were required to provide a landscape plan, which may have been approved. And I know there have been other code compliance issues with this church, not related to the school, that have been resolved, but I just don't know. I mean, if whatever there is, I don't think it should have any bearing on this special land use permit application.
It seemed to me like the only thing before you is the special use permit for the building, not the church. The church might be required to put in the,
Building's already there.
but the church might be required, but not this individual to put the landscape buffer in. The church should have done it.
Say if the church had variance to waive it, then it's waived.
But it was reduced. It was reduced from 35 foot to 10 foot. Right. That's what I think.
Landscape buffer. That's what it says in there.
Can you take that to code enforcement and investigate that?
I was thinking that there's another variance besides the 2006 one.
No. That was a,
So I'm thinking maybe you can investigate before VOC hearing.
There are a
I'll-
couple
I'll
here
throw
that
them
I didn't know about until today.
there's a lot I don't know about.
I do not, I see just those two that mention, excuse me, I'm trying to flip this paper quickly. I should have just given this to Galt. He's better at this than I am.
I had enough on my plate.
Yes.
Oh, there was a waive the landscape screening buffer from required 35 foot to 0 feet.
Judy,
I need it.
you probably.
This is one of the
We're
few
gonna
things
defer to
I'm
Judy
doing.
on
Yes,
this as well as many other things.
Probably has Judy's initials on it.
it probably does.
So that's this is
Was it Bethany?
yeah, but this was related to 10.
That was the 10,
Yeah,
so they don't need their 10 anymore.
This is the one, and then there's that written at the end.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. Okay, so this came up on March 8th of '06. The minutes you have here
Right.
are March 8th, '06. So this is, they waived the landscape screening buffer from 35 feet to 15 feet along the southern property line in the area of the detention pond and to 0 feet in the area of the existing playground.
Right,
So
but-
there is no landscape buffer.
But it still
there.
doesn't address from the playground to Sandy Plans.
Applicant to provide landscape plan to the county arborist for approval when the septic tank field is no longer necessary. So are they on sewer now? Does anybody know? They are on sewer, okay. And installation of a 6-foot wooden privacy fence along the northeasterly property line adjacent to Longview
Cove residence. I think that's the one we saw,
Yeah, that, well, that's.
the
that's
wood one.
this-
In addition to existing chain link fence along the parking area when improvements are made. That's what was approved.
So if the approved landscape plan doesn't show the buffer, then I think it would not be required, but I think there is a reasonable possibility that it should have been provided. And it would be,
But-
And the arborist can't waive a BOC condition.
No,
So he could have made a mistake, but he can't waive.
And he died.
so anyway, this is all just to clarify what other action I'm gonna ask that we undertake to protect the neighborhood. So, I guess
You ready?
I'm ready to make a motion, which could be seconded for discussion.
Why?
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we recommend approval of SLUP 2 to the Board of Commissioners. Conditional, on the stipulation letter from Adam Rosen dated January 29th, 2020. I had it here. All the staff comments not in conflict. And that's one other thing. And that we revise in Adam's letter, paragraph number 8, to delete everything after church education building and substitute the maximum number of enrolled students shall be 75. And that's my motion.
I'll second for discussion. Very quick, would you want, and maybe it says it in the stip letter, for this to be for this applicant only? That way, if it changes to some other thing, it gets another look. Just SLUP for this applicant only?
I don't think it would substantially change if it's one school operator versus another. or-
Legacy's fine, if you want
Yeah.
to do legacy, for legacy.
Well, I think I'd be fine with it being, for a school. But I think this
But they
does.
may, somebody else may put more kids on the playground or something that you want to look at.
Okay, different. Okay, for Legacy only. Legacy Christian Schools, Inc. only. Thank you.
That's
Okay.
our discussion. So we have a motion and we have a second. Call the question. And that's approved 5-0. Okay,
And
John,
then John, I do want to add a note that
turn your thing on.
John, I do want to add a note that we ask code enforcement to look into the.
Already got it right there.
Thank you, sir.
All right, John, what else we got?
That's the agenda. I just want to thank Officer Off for all he's done over the years.
Yes.
sir. Let's have a little speech.
You got a microphone?
Yeah. He's got, all right, so here, before we leave, we've got other business items to approve. So do I have a motion?
I guess I'll jump in and do it. I make a motion that we approve the minutes from our January 7th meeting, our January 13th meeting, and our January 27th meeting as presented.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, call the question. Minutes are approved 4-0. Alice wasn't here, so she abstained. She here now. And that concludes our meeting.